Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Is this not working? Is it not gonna pick me up? Oh. Oh.
All right, everyone, we have achieved peak irony. Oh, I love this story because Lauren Wolf worked for the New York Times as a columnist. She got fired a few days ago, and immediately all sorts of leftists were dogpiling, threatening to cancel our New York Times subscription.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Let's see if this is still gonna pick me up. I fucking hate the internet sometimes.
How dare you fire Lauren Wolf for making a tweet saying that she got chills watching Beijing Biden's inauguration when he was arriving by plane and stepping down onto the ground? First and foremost, that is apparently not true. The New York Times claims that had nothing to do with the firing, that it was more than one tweet. They insinuate that it was Twitter-related, but they don't insinuate it was that tweet. Secondly, though, can we just appreciate the irony of two things? First and foremost, the fact that Lauren Wolf herself was a cancel culturalist and repeatedly praised censorship, the purging of the far right, the purging of alt tech.
Okay. We are back. I can fucking do things. Oh shit. Okay. Hey, I just realized I forgot to get something. So, y'all, enjoy some quick music. Alright. I wanted to go and get my drink, so I figured I'd give you guys something to listen to. God, I already listened to this like twice or almost 3 times while trying to figure out my sound. So I'm a little burned on listening to it. Um, Nobody gives a fuck if a few people are a little upset about Lone Wolf getting fired. Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. Uh, the really interesting thing that I actually want to get to before I just jump on and play some more Gal Civ 3. This one.
Alright everyone, we start off today talking about Beijing Biden. It's sort of a normal, boring morning routine. First and foremost, though, there is a pinned comment if you're watching on YouTube to 4 other video hosting sites that I use, all 4 of which do not abuse independent content creators. In fact, they love independent content creators, which is something YouTube used to be like, and 2016 was a thing and the rest was history. So you should join me on at least one of those. I make BitChute exclusives, by the way. Hit 130,000 subscribers about 24 hours ago. Now it's almost 1,000 more today. Anyway, fascist Beijing Biden, because there's no other way to put him. The far left, by the way, should agree with me. They don't in public, but in spirit, they claim that the U.S. is far right. The Democrats are far right. So, if it's a far right totalitarian ideology, I guess Beijing Biden would be an exemplar of it. He wants to disarm the poor. You see, he's got a plan for uber scary weapons, which is that if you have a high capacity magazine or an assault rifle, neither of which really have any true federal legal bearing, this is basically a states issue, which is why this, by the way, will not happen. I doubt Joe Manchin would support them. It would fall flat in the Senate. It would be hilarious to watch the Democrats smack themselves in the cock and whip the Republicans into a frenzy and fulfill my prediction for the midterms as far as a huge red wave. The idea is that you'll have to pay a tax of $200 a year per assault weapon, which is a sporting rifle that looks tactical.
No. Here, let's just look at this. We can learn. Let's fucking learn together, okay? How about we learn together? Okay, let's see. Assault weapon is a term used in the United States to define some type of firearms. The definition varies among regulating jurisdictions, but usually includes semi-automatic firearms, chambered for center-fire ammunition, with a detachable magazine, a pistol grip, and sometimes other features such as a vertical forward grip, flash suppressor, or barrel shroud. Some firearms are specified by name. At the time that the now-defunct federal assault weapons ban passed in 1994, the U.S. Department of Justice said, in general, assault weapons are semi-automatic firearms with a large magazine of ammunition that were designed and configured for rapid fire and combat use.
Not sure if assault...
We can go ahead and just dismiss his bullshit claim there. Because, well, he's an idiot.
Pistols would be on that list. By the way, the ATF classifications for weapons, if you've ever looked into them, make absolutely no goddamn sense at all. You put a long enough metal prong on the butt of a pistol and it becomes a rifle. If you use the right kind of stock on what's fairly clearly a rifle, it becomes a pistol. Some weapons go in the other category despite clearly being delineated one or the other because of the technical convolution.
Let's see. What? Okay. Oh, look at this. They have... Oh, every different name. Huh. What do you know? They're all pretty easy pages to look at. So, Sticks and Hams here is just boldly lying to everybody.
Solutions of modern weapons. By the way, you can still, I think, mail-order black powder weapons. Some of those are pretty cool, and you might blow yourself up, so keep that in mind. Anyway, to be clear, all of my weapons were tragically lost in the river, except for, like, the BB gun. It'd be funny if he did attacks on those, too. He's like, you need a background check to get that air rifle.
Yeah, but it would never go that far is the deal. See, I don't agree necessarily, but when actual fascists are criticizing moderate, shambling neoliberal nightmares, calling them fascist, I kind of feel like I need to defend the fucking liberal a little bit, because fascists are worse, and it makes me feel a little gross. But I mean, as you can see in the thumbnail here, this dude decided to just shave himself a Nazi stash, like a Hitler stash.
But and also a $200 tax on high-capacity magazines. Now, let me ask you this, because some states have literally banned any magazine that holds, more than 10 rounds. What is high capacity? Well, there are 110-round 22 long rifle drums that you can get. Wouldn't that be a lot higher capacity than a 30-round mag?
Yeah, but a 30-round mag is still kind of high capacity. You stupid piece of shit. It's a blanket. It covers a lot of things. High capacity is a broad term. It's a blanket term, if you will. As a matter of fact, high capacity magazine. What do you know? A high-capacity magazine, or large-capacity magazine, is a firearm magazine capable of holding more than the standard number of rounds provided by the designer, or legally, a particular number of cartridges dependent on jurisdiction and kind of firearm. What's that? Oh. 15-round Glock 19 magazine, legally defined as high capacity. They have a definition. You stupid piece of shit. Anyone who watches this guy and takes him seriously, I feel bad for them because they are critically stupid.
So, is that going to be taxed more, or are you going to leave the 30-round mag alone? And by the way, does this not contravene the 10th Amendment in the administration of gun laws at the state level? We've had this national conversation now for decades, and by and large, the anti-gunners have lost. McDonald versus Chicago, Heller versus DC.
Hold on. Okay. You know what Congress can do? They can levy taxes on things because that's within their purview. They can control commerce because that's within their fucking purview. What do you mean it's something they can't do? They're allowed to do it. Stupid fucking God. This guy's actually a Nazi though. He used to JQ post, and he stopped doing that whenever he got in trouble with YouTube. And now he starts making fun of those people to try and dissuade them from doing it as openly on YouTube. I'm sure he does it on his fucking BitChute or whatever the fuck. Okay, Daily Motion. Rumble's a place full of Nazis. Gab's a place full of Nazis. I don't trust any of these. Yeah, they're all. Why do fascists put them all down here? In YouTube, you put them up here so that they're easy to see.
You see, in fact, consistently when the SCOTUS weighs in, they weigh in on the side of the Second Amendment. That's because it's fairly cut and dry. But because there's such a patchwork and because the issue is polarizing, by and large they've stopped taking up cases. With a 5-4 conservative Supreme Court, that could change. By the way, John Roberts is a liberal. Let's call him what he is. Bush was not exactly a conservative individual. His ideas of conservation, no child left was basically his conceptualization of how to run the country. No child left. You can throw them all at like a wall of meat at a bunch of jihadis. So yeah, he wants
Wow.
to disarm the poor, because here's the thing. Like, let's say you had a registered weapon. If you have a good income, $200 is not a particularly high amount to pay. And as far as those expanded magazines, oh, you mean those largely free-for-all unlicensed objects that you can get easily in a straw purchase? What are they going to do? They're going to say, oh, well, you didn't pay your 30-round mag tax. Oh, well, who says that I'm the owner of it? Maybe it's owned by my neighbor and you just left it here. There's going to be all sorts of legal problems if you insinuate...
You'd have to be able to prove that. You'd have to get the neighbor would fucking disavow that shit. They'd be like, no, that's not mine. Then you'd have to go to court over it. And guess what? They can check. They can find out who bought what. They can check your guns. Like, dude, are you this fucking stupid? Or do you lie this fucking freely? Do you just feel that comfortable just telling bullshit to your audience? Like, you realize the government can check your gun type purchases. They can see if your neighbor has a gun that is capable of firing that. Like, what the fuck do you mean? You're so stupid. And yeah, no, you just, if you have them, because your guns are registered, and I'm pretty sure register high capacity. Okay, let me see. Okay. That's okay. Not entirely true. Yeah, this is not what I was looking at. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to register all your gun shit with the federal government,
instituted such a plan. It's essentially a tax on the poor. It's essentially a way to disarm the poor. Oh, well, you can't have an AR-15 because you have a low income.
No, because you can get a 15-round AR-15. They're built to hold that many, buddy. That's how many the manufacturer recommends. So you can have a 15-round AR-15 and a 9-round Glock. You can have a gun. You just can't have a high-capacity gun. You stupid piece of shit. It's not disarming the poor. You know how you can evade the tax? You get rid of the high-capacity shit. It's not even a full ban. You're such a bitch, baby. Holy fuck. This is why I hate conservative thought. It's brainworms. And he looks so smug.
Essentially. Essentially, it seems to be an attack mostly on, like, impoverished rural white Appalachia, which is very gun-friendly, but at the same time not particularly wealthy. To be clear, this wouldn't even apply to most modern weapons. It wouldn't apply to your handgun. Handguns being used in an overwhelming majority of gun crime, by the way.
Yes, it would. Because you could get magazines that hold more ammo than is intended by the original fucking developer, what do you call it, manufacturer of the gun. You could do that, and that's what a high capacity magazine is. It's a higher capacity than what the gun normally would hold if you bought it and its stock components off of a shelf. That's it. 15 round AR-15, perfectly fine. 9 round Glock, perfectly fine. You're literally in... I'm trying really not to be ableist. But he makes it hard. He's dumber than Dave Rubin. He really is.
Wouldn't apply to that. Wouldn't apply to revolvers, which are really easy to use and amazing.
Revolvers only hold 9 rounds. At most. I mean, they might hold 10, but they're developed for it. Revolvers don't have a magazine, you stupid shit. Duh, that wouldn't apply to it. But it would apply to most handguns. It would apply to most rifles. It could even apply to some shotguns.
Wouldn't apply to shotguns. Wouldn't really apply to much of anything except for weapons that happen to look the part of being scary. That's the difference between the AR-15 and comparable firearms. It just looks tactical and it's interchangeable, so it must be military in nature.
It's literally marketed, or it was literally marketed, as a tactical military weapon. That's how they marketed it to the people that are supposed to be buying it. There was a lawsuit over it. Look at that. He looks so fucking pleased with himself. He's like, oh, ha, 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 ha. These fucking dumb little chuds are gonna eat up everything I say. Turns out, if you Google some shit, real quick, real easy. Didn't take me very long. You go, wait. This guy is a complete moron. Or he's lying to me purposefully. For a certain reason. I wonder why that is. Oh. It's to keep me perpetually scared. Why would he keep me scared? By lying. I did not mean to do that. We're like right
weighs
here.
in. They weigh in on the side of the Second Amendment. That's because it's fairly...
Whatever, I don't care. He's lying to you, and I will show you exactly why. I pulled this up quite often. Because this is the most succinct and easiest way. I mean, it's 14 points. Because fascism is a fucking confused mess of an ideology. Fascism is stupid as shit. Cult of tradition, you'll find a lot of that in his videos. Like, a lot. Rejection of modernism, he does that all the time. I don't watch a whole lot of his shit, but I've seen a few videos of his, and he does reject modernism. He talks about, I mean, the meme. Reject modernity, embrace tradition. That's kind of sticks in a nutshell. Cult of action for action's sake. If you think, it's literally the Nike slogan, just do it. Disagreement is treason. So, if you disagreed with Trump, you were treasonous. If you don't agree with his ideology, you're against him. Fear of difference. Oh yeah, Oh God, yeah, I know he's done the Muslim fear mongering, the immigrant fear mongering in general. Appeal to social frustration. What do what do you think this video hits like 4 points on here alone? The obsession with a plot. Oh yeah, plot to take away your guns, and that Biden works for Beijing, but he's also a fascist, even though he works for the communists, which the fascists killed the communists. Makes literally no sense. The enemy is both strong and weak. You know, there was a whole bunch of that with him and Trump and a whole bunch of, yeah. That's kind of their biggest deals to go on, besides fear of difference, appeal to frustration, and obsession with the plot, because they have to keep, right here, the followers must feel besieged. Immigrants are coming to the border to take over your way of life. Muslims are going to fly into the country and commit terror attacks. 1350, you know, that it's their tactic. Contempt for the weak. They don't like, yeah, elitism is typical aspect of any reactionary idea. They think that they're the strong, you know, that kind of fits in here. Everybody is educated to become a hero, because, you know, you have to learn that you and everything you do is heroic for the nation. Machismo and weaponry. Machismo? Yeah, machismo and weaponry. They don't like, they don't like chastity. They like their women to be chaste and pure until they get a hold of them. And they don't like things like homosexuality. They also really like weapons. They love militarization and guns to a fucking weird degree. Selective populism. Yeah, so there's this concept called populism where you appeal to the population of your country to try and, like, build national pride in a sense, bring them together and get something done in a democracy. It's a way to direct the population for a particular cause. Bernie Sanders did it as a left-wing populist, and Donald Trump did it as a right-wing populist. But yeah, the voice of the people type shit. But see, Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump did it in two different ways. Two very different ways. One way was, well, the way that Bernie did it, I should say. The way Bernie did it was he tried to reach out to everyone. He was like, oh, the immigrant community, the, like, legal immigrant community, the you know, some of them probably, you know, there's illegal immigration all over the place in every country, but he reached out to different communities. He reached out to the Latin community, he reached out to the black community, he reached out to the white community, he reached out to the Asian community. He just reached out to the working class across the country, to the people who actually did work, the laborers. In a leftist sense, the proletariat. And he didn't so much reach out to the bourgeois, or, for those of you who don't remember the term, the owner. Those who own to make a living are exploiting your labor. Now, Donald Trump reached out to a specific demographic with his populist rhetoric. This is where Kyle Kalinske gets things really fucked up, I think, because he just sees the populism bit. He doesn't see that it was selective, and he's like, oh, but he didn't do what he said he would. He did a lot of what he signaled to white people that he would do. He did a lot of that. His populist strategy, see, he used the economic populism bits to try and pull people over, and then he used another kind of populism, selectively, to hit a subconscious bias in certain people's brains to get them online with him. And then Newspeak. Nazi or fascist school books or texts, anything like that, made use of an impoverished vocabulary and an elementary syntax in order to limit the instruments for complex and critical reasoning. Now, they're not just doing elementary vocabulary, impoverished vocabulary, they're trying to destroy elements of knowledge by banning them from being able to be taught, such as critical race theory, gender theory, two things that were developed out of Marxist material dialectic, and the critical theory, the way that he viewed the conflicts of classes. And instead of just viewing it with that lens of analysis, they shifted it from being the bourgeois versus the proletariat as the two conflicting sides. And you can just insert white people and black people and see how that works with that clash, and analyze society through those lenses. You can do both at once. You can add more layers to it to analyze society more critically. And that's what leftists do. That's what education is for, is to help you understand the world as it is and to teach you other ways that you can analyze it on top of the way that you already do. And if the way you already do is complete trash, like conservatives have, it blasts the brainworms. Because that's all conservatism is brainworms. It's all brainworms.
Cut and dry. But because there's such a patchwork and because the issue is polarizing, by and large they've stopped taking up cases. With a 5-4 conservative Supreme Court, that could change. By the way, John Roberts is a liberal. Let's call him what he is. Bush was not exactly a conservative individual. His ideas of...
Bush was not a conservative... Oh my fucking god. This guy is... Yeah, you see? When you call Bush not a conservative, you're a fucking fascist. That's 110% what you are. I need to move this down and over to here a bit. I like this. Right there. And then right here, we'll just beef the... No, that's a lot. Let's do that. That's insane.
Of conservation. No Child Left was basically his conceptualization of how to run the country.
That wasn't his. He didn't come up with that. That was his Secretary of Education. You stupid piece of shit. Congress passed it.
Child Left, you can throw them all at like a wall of meat at a bunch of jihadis. So yeah, he wants to disarm the poor, because here's the thing. Like, let's say you had a registered weapon. If you have a good income, $200 is not a particularly strong...
Oh, okay, I was past that.
Oh, well, you can't have an AR-15 because you have a low income, essentially. Essentially, it seems to be an attack mostly on, like, impoverished rural white Appalachia, which is very gun-friendly, but at the same time not particularly wealthy.
Yeah, most of those people have, like, hunting rifles and shit. Not with high-capacity magazines, you stupid piece of shit. They're still allowed to have those.
To be clear, this wouldn't even apply to most modern weapons. Wouldn't have firearms. It just looks tactical and it's interchangeable, so it must be military in nature. It's topically and aesthetically based on a military weapon, therefore scary. Well, it's not scary. You're saying that the 5.56 round, okay, as opposed to that dude over there with a 50 caliber weapon, which one is more potentially lethal in nature? The AR-15 is like the ultimate whipping boy, and I think it's because of the popularity therefrom. This seems like a money grab too. Like Biden's like, well, we're gonna get all sorts of money from the homosexual crowd. Well, somebody will just opt for a weapon that's aesthetically slightly different from an AR-15 but is exactly the same and avoid your tax. There's literally no difference. Oh, okay, well, I don't have a pistol grip on this, so I guess I don't have to pay the $200. Derp. Yeah, like people won't just topically modify their weapons and use one of 1,000 legal loopholes to get around paying it anyway. Or they'll just declare their weapon stolen. There's still a lot of straw purchasing going on. Dude, you can barely even find guns and ammo at the moment in a lot of places because everything is sold out. They've literally amped up production and everyone's arming up to the teeth because they realize that shit's all fucked up right now and they don't want to be a victim. We've got far-left rioters in multiple cities. Until the last few weeks, nothing has been done about them. They've been praised, actually, by the political establishment. We've got D.C. under literal military occupation at the moment. We've got a president with Alzheimer's disease that repeatedly has talked about hating weapons and how ignorant he is about them, telling people, well, just defend your home with a shotgun. Really great idea, Beijing Biden. You've probably never fired a fucking gun in your life. I love it when he does his, like, small-town, rural...
Biden has 100% fired guns before. Like, what the fuck do you think? Oh my god. Biden was like, in his younger years, for his days, he was kind of a Chad in that regard. Like, exercised, fired guns. Now, to be fair, he was a nega Chad because he did a lot of the positive aspects, quote unquote, that people see. And then there was, oh, so many negative ones. You know, like the misogyny and the racisms. That they're bad. Potentially the sexual assaults. Allegedly. I'm not getting sued by the fucking president of the U.S. I can't afford that shit.
I'm from Scranton shtick, like I'm a normal person. Dude, you haven't been in that class of society in a very, very long time. Essentially, he's become a massively wealthy, sleazy empty suit. He doesn't fucking know what he's talking about. SCOTUS would probably shoot this down. The Dem Senate might not even pass it again. Joe Manchin and a few other Democrats would find themselves in a very vulnerable position if they were to vote in favor of such a thing. There are also Dems in the House, where you've got a very slim majority at this moment.
Unpopular opinion? This isn't that much money in this day. It's a lot more than I've got, but it's not that much. So what are you talking about? Now he's called middle class Joe, but yeah, $9 million, that's not that much. I mean, it's more than a politician, I think, should have. It's more than general people should have, I think. But...
and you will lose that in the midterms. That is almost a guarantee, probably by a considerable margin. There are vulnerable Dems already embattled because of their political opinions, because they represent districts that are only very slightly blue, or they're conservative Democrats. There are still several dozen of those in the House as well. Try getting the idea of taxing the poor because they have a firearm past some of these people. I don't think that it'll work, and if it did, it would lead to a SCOTUS decision probably nullifying it. At the very least, there'd be a stay on it. I would imagine that would happen on day one. It would be a big constitutional crisis, and there's no reason to bother waging it. The Second Amendment is cut and dry, despite what advocates of fascism, which is what you can term gun control, say to the contrary. It's settled science, so to speak. That's about all. Peace out.
Okay, so everything there was a lie. All of it. He's stupid. And you seen it. I debunked it. And I even showed you this. Right here. He hit. Within that last little subsection, he hit 3 of the points of fascism. Just in the last bit. Actually, I kind of like it at 125. Fuck around. He hit, over the course of the video, he pulled some culture, tradition, rejection of modernism. He did. He pulled some, no, he didn't talk about cult, doing action and just for doing it. He hinted at disagreement as treason. Fear of difference, 100%. That's kind of why he brought up the Black Lives Matter thing. That was for fear of difference, appeal to social frustration. Obsession with the plot was the whole fucking video. The enemy is both strong and weak was the BLM part as well. And pacifism is trafficking with the enemy. That's why he brought all of those up. Or that's why he brought that up, was a hit at all of those points. Although I think he's too stupid to structure a video that way. He just did it because it's dog whistly and he doesn't understand the ramifications of speaking the way he does. That's why he JQ posted. Kind of like the golden one, who's... Oh my god. Oh jeez. Oh, and machismo and weaponry. That was kind of a key tenet to the video as well. That's selective populism, that's why he mentioned rural bites in Appalachia. And then he tried to newspeak his definition of high capacity magazines and assault weapons. So he just tried to rewrite that all at once without any academic understanding of it. Alright, I took care of what I wanted to on that. Let's close that. Let's minimize that. Let's open some gossip. There. That's all we want. Go away. I don't care about the Epic Games launcher. I want to play gossip. Let me be. Alright. But chapter 1002 isn't out yet. One Piece. Oh god, Prager, you with their stupid shit. Nothing holds someone back more than seeing himself as a victim. Why? Because a victim is not responsible for his situation. Yeah, that's some race posting right there. Black people aren't responsible for their situation. Let's just clear that shit up right the fuck now. I had to cancel the other game that I was trying because when I loaded up, there were only 8 people, and half of them attacked me before I could even build any military ships. Really. I'm probably dropping frames. Not that one. I need that one. No? Oh, it's just the game then. Okay. Alright. Let's... Come on. Load. Yeah. I need to protect my home. My civilization. You know what I mean? People are attacking me. I need to protect, really, the end. I need to protect the whole galaxy. I have to save everyone. Leftist gal save. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Ba-da-da-da. Dun 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 dun. Oh, I can. Really? Boop, boop. Can I actually? No? I can't mess with the overlay? Yay! I can't do that, brother. I only have the one thing right here, but I'm trying to. I did it! Now who do I have a trade route with? You're benevolent. These guys are cool, though. I don't want to destroy them. What do you mean? I want... Ah, shit. That needs to go away for a moment. Man, I don't know what to... Leads to biosphere protection. Let's get you War College, Xeno-adaptation, and an ion drive. And I get some atmospheric cleansing. That sounds fine to me. Now, chat can come back so I can read all the stuff. I will not declare war. I refuse. Making diplomacy my way. Outside of traveling range, which is good. Who's your enemy? Where are we at here? Oh. That's okay. I need to find some of those guys, though. Oh, is this them? This is the Drathis. Okay. This one's mine. This one is building a defender. This one doesn't have a planetary who's a what? Where are you? You. I need you to get out like over here. Okay. Get going. Civilization. I'm losing some income. I hate to do it, but you know how it is. The Drath Legion have been destroyed. Holy shit. That's dropped frames for sure. No? Impressive. Indeed. If I can find another planet, then I think we're good. Stronger shield. I need Illyrium. Who shares my ideology? You're pragmatic. I just traded with you. You. See if we can come to a trade agreement. You don't have Illyrium. But you do have biological warfare, which I will take from you. But those, I don't want to use them, but I want to have them so that I know how to identify them. Onto the home planet? Duh. Shipyard idle? Freighter. Build. I'm gonna build 2 of them. I'm not rushing that. Now. Okay, that's a mining base rig thing. Let's go ahead and turn. We gotta be a little strategic. We gotta be a little bit smart. Let's trade with. Good, they have some Illyrium. Okay. Can I get 4 of them? And then I'll give you. I can give you guys. I give you guys 1 Monsantium deposit. Boom. Boom. Shield generator. Boom. And I like the advanced starbase thing. Turn. Add another shield generator. I like shields. Shields are good. Oh, look at that. I'm not the bottom military, right? Okay. Um, put that back onto social construction. We can We can figure that out in a little bit. No, but I'll trade it to you. Medic augmentation. Offer. We'll give you open borders. And reinforced armor. I have a bunch of Promethean. What do you have that I don't? Antimatter. There we go. That works. Idle shit. Okay. You. But there. It seems really productive. Okay, so it's pirates. Shields. Plating. That. There we go. Now I can drop another one for rail rack. And we've got one hell of a... Of course I can't even vote myself. There's too many things over. At least go with... Fuck, I don't know. Can I go with me? No? Glass? Nope, they're not even on there. Tony and Refuge. They're my homies. Let's go. Victorian regime. They wanted to. They wanted to. They wanted to. They wanted to. And they wanted to. Oh, and they wanted to. Really? Hmm. Got a strong ass star base. Boom. Just have that there. And you. Upgrade all of them. All the time. Yeah, I definitely don't need to upgrade them all the time. Gunboat. Ding bop. Holy shit. Okay. I gotta remember not to do that too much. I don't understand why I can't go out past this border over here, but I did over there. What the shit? Man, that's some shit. Hey. No. Not the colony ship. I want my... Oh, he took out my freighter. Okay. So that's how you do that. You. Redirect, go to that one. New citizen. I need more citizens that are leaders. My approval go good. No, I actually need it for research. Dramatically increase local influence. Okay, we'll put another entrepreneur here. Because that's all we've got. This is like the biggest map I could possibly even play. So what I'm trying to accomplish here is to set up trade routes where people don't want to attack me. This will be my next one. I need 5 more points. They can't attack me. It's gonna take so many more turns. Don't you attack me though. A little mining star base will fuck you up, buddy. Oh, you're a surveyor. Where's this one? Searcher. Oh, you can actually find. Why aren't you guys after me? I fucking hate pirates. Oh, well, that reduced my population some. Who knows? Maybe some more of them will be happy. Get them back up into the happy. Hopefully, this ship can get to there before pirates can come blow it the fuck up. I'd much rather be able to start up my trade route, please. Oh. Give me a minute. Oh man, what? Okay. Think we're good with that. Diplomacy. Trade it with you guys. Can I? I can. Right, you want war college? You really don't have any technologies. Three more Durantium and antimatter. Alright, that's fine by me. I get some more Durantium, I can upgrade my shit. Now. My homie's here. Let me get you guys that. Let me get 600. Now I'm also going to put in Xenoeconomics. Oh no, that's not even a big boost. Aquatic World Mastery. And I want... Yeah. That sounds good to me. Done. Turn. Now I have over 1,000. My people are happier. My farm should be coming along. Well, I've got over 1,000. I can probably afford to lose. I can afford to lose 8 per turn for a little bit. Hey! Plus 20 economy. We've come to making a trade. You want diplomacy, huh? Give me pulse camps. No? Six. Okay, 6 Illyrium for some diplomacy. Okay. We can do that. Diplomacy, good. Now I have a trade route directly established with them. This is... Who? I want to know who owns it. I think that's the little people. Taurian. The Taurian regime. Okay, so ideology. Taurian regime. See if we can come to a trade agreement. What technologies? I like the pulse cannon idea. We'll give you war college, pulse strengthening, espionage. No? Really? All for pulse cannons, huh? Hyperfield mass launchers? Full strengthening. Doesn't budge him. Really? You don't like me that much, do you? Here. Let's go with open borders. Okay. I'll just take money from you then. Oh. Yeah, I finally got a game where I get a trade route. I haven't been able to do that before. How does my defender not have any? The defender doesn't get any armor, but the stellar bomber does. The prototype bomber does. Thank you, Iconian Refuge. I think I'm doing okay. Now my military, like my ranks aren't that high. Had a railgun rack, sure. What can I trade you for it? I know what you want. Pulse cannons? No? Y'all are all really, really greedy. Like if I threw everything on here, you still wouldn't take it. No. Okay. Um, espionage, roll strengthening, and okay. But if I got rid of espionage and put it with biological warfare, I don't want to give that to him. Xenoeconomics, shield enhancement. There we go. That's smarter for me. Yay! This is a very interesting time to be playing. hell am I? Yeah, the program doesn't even want to fully show. That's right. Program doesn't want to. I don't need to see that though. If I need to end the stream, I just do it over here. Let me bring the chat back up. Oh, you guys haven't said anything? Nobody's even here, are they? Of course they aren't. Oh well. Hey. So, what we've got going on in the world right now is Biden is actually being mildly based. Well, he's got a couple of things to criticize him for. Now, there is some criticisms on the $25 an hour minimum, or not the 25, the $15 an hour minimum wage that he's proposed. But at the same time, like the way it's laid out is actually super fucking good. Could he have made it go to fuck? He could have put it at 17 an hour at the same point. Well, he couldn't have really. Maybe 16. Maybe. Even that's a little high for certain reasons. Now, if he could crunch the number a bit on the date, so it's 15 by 2024, 2023 maybe. Give it a couple of years. But if it was 2024 that happened at 15, and then it was 2026, 27 when we got to $20 an hour, and it gave it a couple more years to trickle back up to a good point, and then it was tied to median wages, I think we'd be better off. We would. I promise. We'd be a lot better off as a nation. And then what we do is we incentivize worker cooperatives, and then people just start working there. The government can subsidize them. Banks can loan to them at a lower interest rate. I'll give you open borders if you... No. Embargo. Embargo. Select. Oh, don't worry though. I'll give you information warfare and reinforced armor. Alright, I think I just need to, zoom out. I can delete that. Boom. But it's fun. It's all fun. No, that's not true. We're gonna do okay. We would like to assure you of the friendship, though. I can't afford to help you in many ways, and I can't trade you with you right now. Otherwise, I would. If I could trade with you right now, you would have all the trades. But I think things are starting to spice up here. As a matter of fact, let me take a look at... Yeah, see? We finally got somebody to declare war on us, and they did it. Wrong one. Before I could get no one will declare war on us for the next 50 turns. So I think what we're going to do because my tax advisors are going to be like, oh my god. We're going to do that. We're going to beef this down. Boom. Boom. $31. Boom. Then I only lose 2. Now we save. And we're actually going to call. Playing some Gelsip for now. Wait for it to actually fully save. I want it to fully save. Exit. Yeah. That'll lower down the stuff. A few drop frames. That's not too bad. I would like to know what my overall usage on my PC currently is. Oh, it's freaking right now. It's like, oh my god. There we go. Yeah, it just needed to. That's perfectly reasonable. Perfectly reasonable. Can I? Oh, this is the one that's up? Okay. What if I unmute this? Is that actually gonna? Yeah, no. Let's not have it do that. Let's not have it do that either. Actually, I'm just gonna have it do it in my ear. So how is that working? Okay, maybe. Let me bring this one down. I don't know. I think I should just mute it and isolate it and not have it go through anything. Oh yeah, did you know you can actually like put Spotify on here? Instead I got Discord. So fun. But apparently there's a lot of stuff you can do with it. Like, I don't even know what this is. Oh. Yo! Okay. I wonder. This is, really interesting. I don't think I can actually do anything with it. Alright, whatever. Don't care. That's interesting. But yeah, the other stuff you can do. What is this? Yeah, allow access. Oh! What? I don't know. No clue. I'll figure stuff out later as I go. Like this. I don't know what this is even for. Bus A1, bus A2, bus, bus, bus. Don't get it. What I do get, kind of, is this one. Because I could beef it up even more. I could beef it, I could bring it way down. I don't know. I prefer it right around here. Right around here. And then there's the fact that this is just a thing. But it works. Okay, so it uses about 40-ish or so. Not too bad. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna want to play this right now. I'm not really feeling a whole lot of gamey as it sits. Let that close. And this is educational. I don't own the video, but watch it. I'm actually going to go ahead and take a quick break while you listen to this 9-minute video because your boy gotta pee. So, enjoy.
American housing is in crisis. Right now, up to 12 million Americans are behind an average of $5,800 on rent and risk eviction. With eviction moratoriums soon to expire, we're facing an unprecedented wave of evictions and foreclosures that will crash straight into millions of struggling families across the country. But the truth is, this crisis didn't begin with the pandemic. In fact, housing has been in crisis for a very long time. Even before the pandemic, in places like New York or Los Angeles or San Francisco, median rents for even one-bedroom apartments could approach $2,500 a month, or more. About a third of people in Los Angeles spend a majority of their income on housing. In New York City, about 20% of all renters pay most of their income to their landlord. And in my district, Astoria, about a quarter of residents have to spend most of their paycheck on rent. And the crisis isn't just in big cities. In 95% of all US counties, workers making the minimum don't make enough to afford a one-bedroom rental on their own. The Harvard Center for Housing Studies warns of a new normal for housing in the United States, in which nearly half of all renter households spend almost a third of their income on rent. That's why even before the fallout from the coronavirus started to hit, more than 500,000 Americans nationwide were already homeless, millions more on the brink of losing their housing, and countless families struggling every month to make ends meet. At the root of all of this suffering is the fact that in this country, housing is treated as a commodity, not a right. It's a consumer product, just like clothes or cars, that private businesses can sell on the market to make a profit. And if someone isn't able to pay, either because their landlord raised their rent or because they can't work for one reason or another, they're not able to stay in their homes. If they're lucky, they can live with friends or family, or maybe in transitional housing for a bit. But for a lot of people, they have nowhere else to go, and they end up sleeping on the streets. In December 2019, the number of people sleeping in homeless shelters in New York reached 19,000 people, an all-time high. 100,000 New York City students are homeless. That's more than 10% of the entire student population. Why do so many people end up homeless? It's not because there aren't enough homes to go around. There are plenty of empty homes. No, it's because housing people is not the primary goal of developers or landlords. Their goal, simply put, is to make a profit. And it's much more profitable to build luxury apartments for the rich than decent homes for the poor. This gives us a big shortage of homes for ordinary working people. For every 100 households that are extremely low income, there are only 36 affordable and available homes. As a result, we have plenty of housing for the rich, but poor and working class people don't have nearly enough on the market. So we have people scrounging to make ends meet or sleeping on the streets right below luxury condos and uninhabited apartments. This is a terrible way to organize a housing market. It might be profitable for landlords and developers, but it's not efficient or beneficial for the rest of society. In fact, housing doesn't have to be seen as a market at all. In other countries, housing is considered a fundamental right, like education or healthcare. That means the government goes to significant lengths to guarantee everyone has a home, and the market plays a much smaller role in the construction and distribution of housing. So let's hop across the pond and about 100 years back in time to take a look at just one example of how an alternative housing model got started in beautiful red Vienna. At the end of the First World War, the Austro-Hungarian Empire collapsed, leaving behind a number of successor states, including modern-day Austria, home to the former imperial capital of Vienna, the 5th largest city in the world. Despite being the seat of an empire, the chaos of the war and decades of neglect had left the working class of Vienna in desperate circumstances. Inflation was rampant, jobs were scarce, social services were non-existent, and hundreds of thousands of people were crammed into decaying tenements where overcrowding, disease, and violence were rampant. So it's no surprise that in 1919, at the first elections ever held in Austria where all adult citizens could vote, the Social Democratic Party swept into power at the municipal level on the promise of dramatic social and economic reform. And they delivered. The new government of Vienna implemented a huge range of services, including public health care and public child care. They built high-quality hospitals, schools, and recreational facilities. But their crowning achievement was an ambitious program of social housing, what Americans call public housing, that began in 1923 and saw 60,000 new apartments constructed in the first year of its existence, built by the government and financed by taxes on the rich. But these weren't the kinds of apartments you might picture when you think of public housing in the United States. Drab high-rises plagued by chronic neglect and underinvestment. Residents could enjoy leafy courtyards, wide-open spaces, and plenty of natural light. They had shared laundries, state-of-the-art kitchens, food co-ops, bathhouses, pharmacies, lecture halls, schools, and swimming pools. These apartments were designed to be both beautiful to look at and beautiful to live in, fostering a sense of shared community among the people who lived there. And the best part was that because the city didn't have to worry about making a profit, just about paying off their maintenance costs, these homes were both much nicer and much cheaper than what workers had previously known. In 1926, the average rent in Viennese social housing was about just 4% of a monthly wage. The first 15 years after Austrian independence saw its capital transform from a symbol of urban blight into a beacon of socialist governance. It became known as Red Vienna, after the official color of the socialists who had pioneered these changes. And even though Red Vienna fell in 1934 when the country was seized by fascists, who did what they could to roll back social housing, that commitment to good, cheap housing remained after the Second World War. Today, an astonishing 62% of all city residents live in social housing, with the average monthly rent falling somewhere between $400 and $600 a month, with subsidies for lower-income tenants. That is a fraction of what people in America pay. Unlike in the United States, where public housing is treated as a worst-case way to house the very poor, Vienna's social housing residents are extremely diverse. Everyone except the top fifth of the population is eligible to live in social housing. This means there's broad appeal across many segments of society, which creates the foundation for its political popularity. That is how the majority of people in Vienna enjoy something that's considered almost utopian here in New York. Affordable housing that isn't just cheap, but desirable. Housing that isn't just four walls and a roof, but a real home, with a sense of stability, safety, and community built in. Now, of course, this is only one example of an alternative framework for housing, and Vienna has not fully removed housing from the domain of the market. Residents still pay part of their earnings in rent to cover operational costs, and a sizable chunk of the population lives in private housing. But it's an actually existing alternative that shows us what a step toward a better world could look like. If we want to end the housing crisis, the solution has to be moving toward the full decommodification of housing. In other words, moving away from the status quo, in which most people access housing by purchasing it on the market, and toward a future where we guarantee high-quality housing to all as a human right. So how can we do it? We can start by making sure people who access housing on the private market have ironclad protections against abuse and exploitation. But to go further, toward the Vienna model, we'll have to go beyond the market. We can establish community land trusts to gradually buy up housing on the private market and convert it to community ownership. We can give tenants a right of first refusal to buy out their landlords when buildings go up for sale. And we can fully commit to a new era of social housing, ending subsidies for luxury housing development and using our wealth to build beautiful, high-quality social housing projects that offer good homes and strong communities to everyone. We won't decommodify housing overnight, but we know what we have to do, and we have history to guide us. And we know how we'll get there, through a movement of the multiracial working class organizing for the better world we know is possible. And we've already begun. I'm Zohran Mamdani, Assemblyman for New York's 36th Assembly District in Astoria, Queens, for the Gravel Institute.
Alright, so I gotta figure out how I can macro this thing to be able to mute my microphone. So when I strike a lighter to hit a bowl, it doesn't just pick that up. Ah, more Gravel stuff. Okay. Because these answers are generally pretty good. I listened in while I was outside. But I'm gonna go ahead and click this. You don't need the visuals. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to. I gotta set up a thing.
Right now, as you're listening to this, you are being robbed. A chunk of everything your hard work creates is being stolen from you, and it's a system called capitalism that's robbing you. Every day when you check into work for your boss, you are being taken advantage of and stolen from. You are being deprived of the full value of what you contribute. Let me break it down. A capitalist isn't someone in a top hat burning library books to run a misery factory. Anyone who puts forward capital, money, to set workers in motion becomes thereby a capitalist. That is to say, they're acting as a capitalist. And what's their goal? People will tell you it's innovation or competition, but down the real world, it's pretty simple. Capitalists have one goal, and that goal is to turn a profit. Pursuing profits to accumulate money is just how capitalism works. That's the nature of the beast. It's the single impulse of capitalism. That doesn't make capitalists personally greedy, though some might be. We're not even talking about good or evil here. Capitalists need to maximize profit to the exclusion of all other considerations, or they'll get eaten up by capitalists who are smarter or more ruthless than them. That's the jungle law of the market. So capitalists need profit to survive. But where does this profit come from? And that's where you come in. Literally, profit comes from you. Here's a little thought experiment. Meet Harold. Harold has a chain of buildings full of kitchens full of ingredients.
Doesn't work.
But Harold doesn't know how to make a burger himself.
I don't know how to do
How does Harold get someone to make enough burgers that he can sell them and turn up profit? It's not a trick question. He pays you because you know how to make really good burgers. The money he uses to pay you is what we call capital. That's money used to set production into motion. Let's say Harold spent $1,000 buying all the ingredients in the restaurant. And after you worked for a few weeks there, turning the ingredients into burgers, they brought in $3,000. Not bad. You added $2,000 worth of value to the ingredients. But wait, you don't get all the money, because Harold now has $3,000 on his hands. $1,000 of that is just making up for the cost of the ingredients. And if you were paid for the full value of your labor, you'd be making $2,000. But then Harold would only be breaking even on the burgers, and he needs to make a profit in order to survive. So Harold does not pay you for the full value of your labor. Maybe he pays you just $1,000 of the value you produced. Maybe he pays you $1,500. No matter what, you've been stolen from. You spent more of your labor than you were compensated for. But here's the dirty truth. The story doesn't end with you and Harold. This process plays out across your city or town, your state, the country, the entire world. The rich get richer, and the little guy barely gets by. We call the process, a boss is stealing from you, exploitation. We don't mean that in an emotional sense about how we feel about it, but something that's actually a documented economic phenomenon. The gap between how much the worker produces and how much they get paid. Exploitation is a universal feature of capitalist economies, and
Yeah, he's absolutely right. Can't really argue against it. I mean, he is an economist. So I don't. Yeah. Okay, so it's picking all of it up still. Yeah. Picking it up. Yeah. Okay. As long as it's still picking it up and outputting it where it needs to, I think we're good.
it never ends. The system requires more and more exploitation, paying workers less, making them work more, or making them more productive without increasing their wages. When you see in the newspaper that a corporation's recording record profits, that is what they are doing. Your hard work is producing more value, but you're not getting enough compensation in return. There are tens of thousands of Harolds out there, but billions of people just like you. You and Harold are two different types of people. You belong to two different classes. There's a capitalist who owns the means to produce goods and services, and there's the workers who only have their own labor to survive on. The capitalists appropriate the value that the workers' labor creates and keep it for themselves. And you are not immune from it. At any job you work at, the condition of your employment is that you produce more by your labor than you get paid. So in the capitalist system, no one is paid what they're worth. All profit is value extraction, and that means that all profit is theft from you. This is Richard Wolff, professor of economics at the New School University for the Gravel Institute.
Yeah. Now, the solution to this is obviously democracy at work, or socialism. Basic socialist theory, what is it? Well, it's that the workers will own the means of production, and thusly, there will be democratic workplaces, just as there's democracy ostensibly in our countries. And so that nearly eliminates the exploitation that we live under. We have to get rid of all unjust, immoral, and coercive hierarchy as anarchists. And that's generally also the goal of the Marxist. The difference where a communist and a Marxist really differ, if they're both orthodox and not, like I am, a split with the two, a melding of them, is that they essentially want all the same goals. But the anarchists want to abolish the state before they can really move forward. And the communists want the state to wither away when it becomes unnecessary. And so that's kind of the big distinction. The communists believe that the state will be necessary until a certain point. And when it withers away, and we live in a classless, moneyless society, then we are truly in a communist society. Not really a utopia, but it is a solution to move forward the human condition. Now the question becomes, thank you, Richard, for introducing the problem, and I can introduce the solution. The question then becomes, how do we get there? Seriously, how do we arrive where we want to be? And that answer is it's in a myriad of ways that we could do it. There's the more social democrat approach, where you just incrementally reform things forward and forward. until eventually the contradictions of capitalism become so great, even under a democratic, even a SOCDEM system, that it radicalizes workers to the point where they have to rebel. Or we can be subversive, or we be accelerationist or vanguardist. Now, you can do these in a multitude of ways, in the way that I interpret the theory. And again, I haven't read it all. But the way that I interpret this is that if you were to say, if you wanted to be an accelerationist vanguard party, you would do everything you can to force capitalism's inherent contradictions to lay themselves bare, make them come faster, and try and force radicalize liberals and stuff to your side, while also trying to overthrow the government to install a worker state. That's more that one. Then there's the Then there's the subversive reformist party, which is more the SOCDEM model, where you try and bring about socialism through working within the systems exclusively and doing incremental reform. Or you've got the subversive vanguard, where you get people into Congress and they start slamming through legislation, bringing up crazy good legislation. Somewhat in the vein of what the Justice Democrats were supposed to be, in my opinion, what I thought they were, which was a subversive vanguard. They go through to protect the workers, which, I mean, AOC does, and, okay, so I guess the squad kind of does. Most of the Justice Democrats are what I would consider a subversive vanguard. They go through to protect and educate workers from the positions of power that they can hold within the government. People want to call them fucking shitlibs and stuff because they do have to work within the system, but they can try and work within the system while radicalizing people, showing them that reformism is weak. And I don't think a lot of people can understand, or that they can't, but that they just don't understand that that is a thing that you can do and still be a good leftist. It is a form of praxis. And that's the mode that I actually like the most, because it's less accelerationist, less potential for violence. You can't really be you could be a subversive accelerationist, actually. So yeah, you can mix those around pretty much any way that you wanted. I personally think that the best way to go about these is you have a lot of subversive vanguardists in the party. Within the government, you try and get subversive vanguardists into the party. You get a couple of SOCDEMs to be in legislation. Now, SOCDEMs are really, really good at getting people on board with the rhetorical strategies of the baseline ideas of like a welfare state and socialist like progression. And so you keep them as entry-level rhetoricians, kind of the way that the right has their Sargons and shit like that. We need SOCDEMs like Shu for shit like that. We do. They get people interested in the ideas. And then you get the big boys and girls like Contra and Abigail. Because big news, Philosophy Tube. I'm not gonna dead name, but she is now Abigail. But you get Vosh or Abigail or Contra or Hassan to come in and blast them. Hell, even Destiny is a pretty decent entry point into leftism. Sam Cedar, pretty good place to be if you're starting to watch leftist content. I don't watch him as much, but come on. Even Brianna Joy Gray on quite a few issues, I think, has some decent takes. I do differ from Vosh in that regard, where I don't think she's just a grifter for the bucks. Her entire political position does seem to be, oh, the Democrats are doing it, so it's not good enough. Step forward with a more ridiculous position. It's just anti-Democrat. That's all the political position seems to be. But I think she has some good points when you listen to her. Unlike a certain, well, idiot. Someone could say, just, it's time to close the door. Because it is. Fuck that guy. Hell, and these dipshits too. But Virgil, Texas is really the problem there. And I think Brianna feeds off of Virgil sometimes. So I'm not entirely, yeah. Again, you can get some good stuff from him occasionally. But I do think we need a good mix. Because, accelerationism, not my big deal. But if we have small amounts of it directed and targeted in the right areas, then that does help really exacerbate the contradictions of capitalism. And also, oh, what's that feedback? What is that? I don't even know. You should be not going into my ear twice, right? I don't know. Let's just turn those off and that off. And if I do that, then I don't know. I'm just going to leave that on. I'm not going to mess with it. Anyways, if you have some accelerationists pointed in the right areas at the right time with a decent strategy, I think they can lay bare a lot of the hypocrisies of capitalism, as well as some of the failures of reformism. But it has to be done intelligently, sporadically. Not sporadically, kind of sparsely. You don't do it a whole lot. You don't just accelerate and accelerate and accelerate. It's like driving a car. You don't just continue accelerating. You have to kind of know when to pump the brakes and keep things at not really keep things at a stable level, but not go too far. Sometimes you have to be able to maneuver in like a rally race, kind of, because that's what this is. You have to be able to maneuver those curves by being able to pump your brakes and slow and drift an area and be able to change direction and change course a little bit while still headed towards your final goal. Just like in a race. Not like a NASCAR race, because those are boring as shit, but like a street race or something like that. You kind of have to, a track race. You go around and, but eventually you have one goal, and you have to learn how to circumnavigate and be able to change direction and change course while still trying to go towards that one ultimate goal, the finish line. The communist society that we all want. Deep down in our hearts, the one we know we need. It's pretty appalling to me sometimes how people don't actively think about these things. But I can't necessarily blame them. Can I fix the... That's not actually the microphone. Okay, I just wanted to test to see if I could fix something on here, and it doesn't work. So let me bring down that fader gain. I don't need it to be like 8. Oh, that's way better. And then if I bring up the noise gate to 2.5, that's good. And then I can bring up that compression to 2.8. Actually, no, let's just turn off that. No, not turn off. 0.2. Have that compression turn low. So, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Essentially, what I'm getting at is we do need to use all 3 kinds of leftism that I can see. All the 3 interminglings. I don't think pure accelerationism is good, but a vanguard accelerationist is a good thing. We need a little subset of that, where we can push them forward. We can radicalize the doomers in that regard. Vanguard accelerationism is the best way to get a doomer on board, in my opinion. I don't know about you guys, but it sounds like it'll work to me. Let me refresh. I thought so. Nobody currently watching. But it's okay. Let me shout myself out. Let me see if somebody will actually come and check it out. But yeah, we've got those 4 different things. Really, they break down into 3 when you group them. Now, the reason that I say that we've got these 3 is because there's not a good... That's the easiest way I can break them down. There's probably a few more. If you break down subsections of different ideologies, where you've got the Marxist-Leninist accelerationist vanguard, or the accelerationist subterfugist, which is an interesting one, because you go in to try and accelerate subtly within the system. And that one, I think, would be like the person who goes in and specifically learns like inside information to fuck over the system. But I don't think that that's a good way to go about it, because I feel like that can deal a lot more damage to working class. And it's a good way to radicalize people towards fascism. So I wouldn't recommend that one. I feel like the backlash would be worse for us. So you have a few ways you can go over it, but it's not enough, in my opinion. I'm sure you need or rather it is enough as long as we do it in the right way. So like I was kind of saying, let me get a little bit more in depth and lay out how I think this can work. So what you've got, like I said, you've got your 3 different main groups. What we want is to have them be in disproportionate sizes, because I don't think having too many accelerationist vanguardists is a good idea in this kind of plan, this kind of strategy. Having vanguardist accelerationists do very specific things, working kind of decentrally, but not really. They discuss strategy with people who aren't accelerationists to find out if it's a good way to go, and to find out if they need to redirect. Because like I said earlier, accelerationism and all of our strategies should be like we're in an actual rally track race. So we're not trying to just head in one straight line as fast as possible to the finish line. That's pure accelerationism, and that will fail us. Guaranteed. Now, it did achieve a revolution in Russia to create the Soviet Union. But look where the Soviet Union is right now. Not good. It's not there. It's gone. Socialism in that form is obliterated out of that area of the world, and people are scared of it. But they didn't they didn't actually do what Marx said. They didn't own the means of production as the workers. Democracy was not expanded. 10% of the population could vote because they were party members. That was unacceptable. That's not democracy. But that was Stalin's doing. So what we got is that we need to have the accelerationist vanguardists. Literally, they kind of get a directive. Thing that fell. They get a directive, and then they operate in a manner towards that directive. It's like, hey, we've got a, not even like a full order or whatever, but they get pointed to a set of people that they can go and radicalize with accelerationist vanguardism. They can try and force that, you know, they can do the shit that they need to as accelerationists. They can force bear some hypocrisies. Kind of like the Wall Street Reddits thing. That's accelerationist vanguardism, in a sense. It's indirect, it's not meant to be that way, but it's a good example. You find a way to fuck over rich people while also exposing the bullshit. Because when you learn how hedge fund managers were doing that, you find out that that's some bullshit. And then when you get punished for uncovering it and making money along the way, that's even more hypocritical. Do you know how many people are starting to get radicalized towards socialism for this? Because they're like, yo, how can they do that? This is bullshit. And a good lefty comes in and says, this is just capitalism as normal. This is how this system works. Ah, shit, I should totally, like, can I retitle my stream? Can I do that? I don't know. Can I? Can I please? No? Not here, I can't. It's okay. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Shit, what did I just say a second ago that was brilliant? Yeah, that's about right. Okay. Add tags. Ooh. Alright, I couldn't do this before, I don't know why. But, cool. This works for me. What's another couple of, oh. That did touch on him. I will be touching on him. I think that's good. None. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Changes saved. Cool. So that's what we got. We've got the accelerationist being targeted. The hypocrisies of capitalism can be laid bare by them in that regard. Just like I said, the metaphor with how it's analogous with a fucking Wall Street bets and the GameStop stock thing. Oh yeah, that's what I should have put in there. But because I need to put the GameStop in the tags so that people can tune it. They'll find it and they can tune it. I can radicalize them. Get the libs. Yeah, it's higher than the recommended bitrate, whatever. Oh, wait, stream settings. Exactly what I want, right here. Come on. No, I don't want the animatics, I do want this. Please. Edit. I actually just need to edit. Oh, come on. We'll just add a few more. There we go. That should work. So yes. That's essentially a good example of accelerationist vanguardism. And it is a form of praxis, even if they don't see it as that way and it wasn't their intention. It worked. Now, when something like that also happens, and the hypocrisies are laid bare, because that helps radicalize liberals and stuff, what you can do as a accelerationist subterfuge artist is you see the accelerationist thing happening, and then to accelerate things further, you kind of subtly use good rhetoric and tactics to try and get people on the side of the people who are doing the vanguard accelerationism. If you can sway public opinion to them overall, then that helps plant the seed in people that capitalism is more fucked up than they thought, and that some of these people who were complaining are actually having some valid critiques. And then when they turn around and they see the vanguardist subterfuge vanguard, who are the elected officials, because the accelerationist vanguardists are going to be like your MLs, but they need to be directed. The subterfuge accelerationists are more your kind of your sock dims, really. They're really subtle, but they try and push people towards the direction with effective rhetoric. And so we need to utilize them. They're good entry points. It's really the two of them together that make the best entry points. Because one is exposing the hypocrisies of capitalism, and the other one is telling people why and how things could be better. And then, when they turn around and they hear even better solutions than the sock dims coming from the actual socialists, which are in Congress, the subterfuge vanguardists, they're sitting there and they're radicalizing people from positions of fucking power. Like, what? These are elected representatives who are doing this. You get your AOCs to do it. You get your Bernies to do it. You get your Ilhans, your Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush. In the future, your Sandwhichpants. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? I don't really have any aspirations for office. I thought, and then I started doing this, and it's like, I am way too fucking not willing to put in the effort to run for office. I don't have the money. I can't afford to not do what I do as a normal job. I can't afford to deal with that. And there are people that I think would be better. Like, I could be a policy advisor in a way, shit like that, and give, like, some critiques, but not. I don't think I could be in this seat. Besides, people don't really like me that much. You have to be likable, and I can't just go out there and be like, you fucking dipshit. You can't. Yeah, no, you can't. You can't do that. Doesn't work. So that's essentially what I'm saying. Is the most viable option. And that's where people like, Vosh come in. Because he's in the subterfuge vanguard party, I feel. Because he doesn't like accelerationism. But that's the category I would put him in out of the main three that I distinguished. The ones that I delineated. The word is lazy. Lazy for what? Not wanting to put the effort into being a congressperson? No, I'm not personable enough. Like, the individual interactions, I feel, not my best suit. I could potentially talk to a few people here and there, but when it gets, especially when it comes to a large crowd and stuff, if I'm actually seeing them in front of me, nope. Not my deal. I'm not good with large public speaking if I'm actually, like, seeing the public. Not good with it. So, they kind of do. Personable and effort, they can have a correlation. Because you can put in effort to be more personable. And there's some people who, regardless of the effort they can put in, still aren't personable enough, charismatic enough to be in Congress, to be an elected official. Now, laziness, I will admit, I do have some lazy streaks. I suffer from depression, so I don't feel like putting in all the effort all the time. And I feel that that's not the best kind of quality to have if you are trying to bring about socialism. Especially not if you're trying to be a good, subtle advocate. And by subtle, I mean somebody who is pushing people left while elected. That I delineated just a little bit ago 3 different groups that I see that are useful subgroups to the left as potentially the best ways to push for socialism, or really to get to communism. But it's my life, brother. I was born with clinical depression. I am just depressed. Partly through growing up where I was in 2nd grade when 9/11 happened, and I got to watch all these people die because my school had us watch the news at that point. Part of it is a sexual assault in my past that has happened to me. Part of it is growing up in poverty. There's a lot of compounding factors. It's a problem. But it's okay. I've learned some methods to help handle it from therapy, and I smoke a lot of weed. I'm actually, as a matter of fact, And yeah, I'm good. I'm in a legal state. I can smoke here. Probably another reason I couldn't be in Congress. I'm prescribed marijuana. Oh, that's a good one. So, yeah, like I was saying, the three groups that I see, in case you missed that, were the, I'm calling them the subterfuge vanguardist, the accelerationist vanguardist, and the accelerationist subterfugist. Why do I believe somebody with my traumatic background and issues would be good at determining the policy people should live by? Because there are more people who are in a position like mine than you might potentially think. There are so many people who have grown up in poverty, who have dealt with sexual assaults in their past, and things like that. I mean, I think about 80% of women deal with sexual assault. Over 60% of the country is in actual poverty. That and these solutions are not just ones that I come up with off the top of my head. These are ones that are generally looked over by economic experts, sociologists, criminologists, shit like that. Like, experts also look over them. I just happen to look over them, think that they will definitely improve people's lives, and they move more in favor of my, the way I view the world, the way I think the world could be. No. I didn't say I can't overcome it for myself, and that I can fix it for everybody else. Part of the thing is you can't fix big institutional problems by yourself and for yourself. You can't do that. I'm not talking about fixing everybody's depression and shit like that. Although I do think depression will be lowered because there's a sense of alienation that comes with capitalism, that comes with our current system. Alienation comes from the fact that, like, back in, like, feudal days, here's an example. You would know when you went and got food for your breakfast and stuff, who the person was that raised the chickens and sold you the eggs. You would know that person's name, you would know their family. Nowadays, you have no connection to that. It's harder to find a partner, a boyfriend, girlfriend, however you want to, a sexual partner, a romantic partner, anything like that. It's harder to make friends. People are having less friends overall, and like actual friends, not just random people online that you play some video games with, but people that you can actually sit down and talk to about personal issues you have. Problems in your life, problems with your mental state, things like that. That's less. That happens less frequently. Did you know the more communal that we used to be, the more open people were with each other? The Greeks used to have, or do actually, but they used to use constantly 7 different words to describe love. Because you had like brotherly love, and that was one word. And then you had like sexual love, specifically, and that was a different word. And then you had like romantic love, and that was a whole different word. And they had 7 different words to describe love. No, it actually doesn't solve any of those issues, because it's not just about knowing the people around. Trust me, I grew up in a small town area. I did. And plenty of people I know grew up in a small town area. But we live in a global society, and you hardly know anybody. I mean, the internet can help you connect with people in other places, but there's more to just the alienation than like not knowing the people who are immediately around you. It's about the partners and stuff, the lack of knowledge and interaction with other cultures. The internet actually helps. No. English is actually a less complex language. English, I mean, it's harder to learn, but it has less intricacies. For example, let's just take a look at this, just to show you how bad English actually is. Sturm-free means when your parents are away and you have the whole house to yourself. You would just say party time or home alone in English. But sturm-free is a singular word that describes an entire state of being. Schadenfreude. Wanderlust, a strong desire to travel. And we don't have a word for that. Schadenfreude, the feeling of pleasure derived by seeing another's misfortune. English is an amalgamation of Germanic languages, Anglo languages, and Celtic languages, with Romanization built into it. It's a bastardization of multiple languages meant to be used for basic trading that somehow got developed into something that people actually use. It's a pretty, See, and that's why you have things like this, where you just don't have a good way to put something into a singular word. There's a certain inelegance to it, certain ineloquence. Because, here. Here we go. There's 6 right here. Eros, or sexual passion. Philia, or deep friendship. Ludus, or playful love. Agape, a love for everyone. Pragma, long-standing love. And philautia, love of the self. And see, these are singular words that describe different concepts that take multiple words in English. No. English is just hard to learn. There's more nuance and complexity available to you in multiple other languages than there are in English. English isn't the most simple as far as learning, because it is considered the hardest to learn, because there's just so many rules and stuff to it. Because it's a bastardization of multiple languages put together to come up with things. But in general, it misses a lot of nuance. That's why there are phrases in certain words in other languages that can describe whole concepts that English just lacks. Now, I kind of understand what you're getting at, because yeah, English is very hard to learn. But I don't particularly think that it's a complex language because of its syntax. It's fairly rudimentary with a lot of its ways that you construct things. I mean, hell, Eminem said it himself. I've been bored with the English language. I'm sad you feel that way. Because there is so much nuance that you miss out on with English, that you have to use more words to fill in, and you still miss the mark quite frequently. For example, here, this is actually a good example right here. This is a Latin word, ataraxia. Ataraxia describes the complete lack of wanting anything, of holding no desire to achieve the highest state of happiness. An elegant word, and it actually kind of invokes a curiosity. At least it did in me. Ataraxia. There's a reason that people use words like Schadenfreude or Wanderlust. It just has the right feel. It takes a lot more and still misses nuance in English. Takes a lot more effort to describe it. And the only reason I'm describing it in English is because we figured out a way that we can kind of get across the meaning in a rudimentary form to be able to describe what the word means as a baseline to people who don't speak the other language. No. I'm showing you how there is a complexity and nuance that you still miss out on. Because we don't have these concepts in English. They were developed and implemented after English was created, but these concepts were put into word by other languages because English just missed out on having context or the ability to craft that, because we take other words to use for our language. We are an amalgamation of 3 different languages. Again, like I said, English is hard to learn. It is. But it's not the most complex. And like I said, it's not exactly simple, but I think there are things that are missing, that are lacking from just English. For example, Chinese. Chinese is extremely complex. Partly because it does have the ability to have a single character mean a single word, or mean a bunch of different words, or mean a whole phrase out of one character, and you have to decipher it through context. And that's a different kind of complexity. English is complex to learn. Just as a baseline, you have to learn the rules and stuff. No. I don't want the one for love. I just want... Hey, here we go. I don't want the translations. Go ahead. What is that? What's that one? Right here. Chinese not complex? What is that? And in context, what does it mean? Chinese, because Chinese is considered the second hardest language to learn in the entire world. I'm sorry, but it seems like you're just being contrarian and don't know what you're talking about. You want to know a simple language to learn? Fucking Polish. Probably the most complex language on the planet would be Arabic. Or Farsi. Because there's a lot that goes into complexity than just how many rules are in the language. Are you from America? If you learned a different language growing up already, then I think you might be misguided. I mean, you have a pseudo-intellectual sounding name over here. Anyways, this is completely off topic from what I was trying to get to. Like, English, not the most complex language. Just, we just leave it there, because it's true. Mandarin, Arabic, Japanese, Hungarian, Korean. As somebody trying to learn Japanese hard. Yeah, cookies, sure. Really? It's... because apparently it's not. The top 10 don't even include English. As far as hardest to learn. Oh, look at that. Finnish, Russian, Japanese, Mandarin. Oh, look at that. English is pretty challenging, but it's not the only contender. I mean, come on. They are writing... Dude. Yeah, different things have different levels of complexity. English, Romanized letters, is the easiest. One of the easiest, I should say. The most grammatically complex is Tuyuka. English is not the fucking hardest, dude. You're arguing against evidence. Alphabetic languages don't just mean the English language. But no, because even then, you're setting aside the fact that other languages, like kanji, require context for you to understand exactly what they're saying. For example, the word go in Japan can mean strong, or 5, or rice. Oh my fucking god. You know when you look up a word that's in a different language, and it gives you the characters that they use, like in Chinese, and then they give you the word spelled out, like in English, they call it Romanized, or Romanticized. Did you know that? Because it sounds like you're just being a fucking pedant. Just here to try and annoy me. They tie into each other. I already said there's multiple ways to be complex, dude. Jesus. Tuyuka, the most complex language in the world. Shut the fuck up about it. English not the hardest. There you go. This is completely off topic from what I'm trying to get to. I'm talking about... I do agree. I appreciate you for tuning in. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. You just got me completely sidetracked off of what I was trying to talk about. I'm sorry. Yeah, jeez, it's already 1:14 a.m. I kinda do. Did you not listen to my description? Fucking drop it. We're done with that. No. No. It didn't even start. No. Anyways. 3 main groups of leftism that I have thought of. As far as like a way to classify these individual groups. Yeah, you're just a contrarian, dude. Of course you can't always be right. You break down these subgroups, because you got the accelerationist vanguard party, the tankies, essentially, the Marxist-Leninists. You get them. Targeted direct action to expose the hypocrisies of capitalism. But you do... Best analog that I can talk about right now is the GameStop stocks. Because while it wasn't intended to be leftist praxis, it like kind of exposed the hypocrisies in capitalism and how people get treated. That's the kind of shit that we need the accelerationist vanguard to go. Then you've got the people who work with them, who I'm calling the... Oh god, yes. I'm an anarcho-communist. I don't like to think of people as an enemy individually. My opposition? Thank you. I like that word better. Fascism. Fascism and its all of its forms, pretty much. Capitalism is my biggest opponent, because capitalism and liberal democracies combined have a tendency to kind of slide towards fascism, because far-right populists keep being able to take power. And it's because they fearmonger. The way that they're able to fearmonger is by removing education and trying to separate people and bombarding people with misinformation. Okay, fascism is a really confused mess of an ideology. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is pull up what I already had. And I can show you, I can go over it. This is a list of people who were fascist. And no, I know you might expect me to say Trump is a fascist. I think he was a proto-fascist. He had fascistic tendencies because of his overwhelming narcissism. So, these first two right here kind of go into one meme that I'm sure you've heard. It's a meme on the left, but it's something that the far right actually like promotes. And it's reject mundanity, embrace tradition. No. It's a confused mess of an ideology. And so this list was constructed to be able to point out how you can identify who is doing fascist things. Because you don't just point at somebody and call them fascist. You have to be able to relate them to some part of the ideology, to parts of the ideology. Not just one of these can have them. No, like, if you just like tradition, that doesn't make you a fascist. You gotta hit multiple points on the list. It's kind of a common features of fascism. So, I can actually go ahead and point you to somebody that I already mentioned on stream before. He's actually this man right here. His name is Styx Hexenhammer 666. I don't know his real name. I just know who he is. And frequently, he will bombard people with not only false information, but he keeps making things out to be a plot, you know? I think fascists are misguided a lot of the time. They have a lot of social frustrations. They feel alone. They feel scared. And they look for an authority figure to help them figure out what's going on. That they also happen to have a big fear of difference. So they generally won't like, black people or Latin people. They don't really like them so much. And so the stronger person, the dominant personality that they tend to follow behind, can lead them to dislike those people more and drive that wedge. Fascists are just scared, alone, misguided. Some of them, I do think, have evil intent. No, not all fascists are white. You can be a fascist without being white. That's a very broad way to look at that. There's multiple characteristics that go into it. Fear of differences is the main thing. I was making the example using white people having a wedge driven in them with the other races, with like Tucker Carlson and stuff. Tucker Carlson's head writer, Blake Neff, was a white supremacist. He was a fascist, essentially a Nazi. Yeah, it was an example. They dislike difference, like black people and Latin people. Because I'm white. Just to clarify, that's why and I'm assuming, based on your general demeanor, that you're white. I can't hear you, but I'm making a guess. But no, you can have a Latin fascist. You can have black fascists. They actually did. What was his name? He was in the Congo. I don't remember right at the moment. You can be a white supremacist in multiple ways. Okay. The main one is pretty up in front. You believe that white people are superior than every other race and that they should not be generally around you or have the same rights as you. A white supremacist can tie into white nationalism, where you claim that you don't hate the other people. You think that your race is different and that you deserve a homeland and they should go to their own quote-unquote homeland. You want an ethno-state at that point. White supremacists don't care if you live there. They care if you are not being subjugated by them. There's a kind of a way to figure it out a lot of the time, but there's certain key phrases and dog whistles that people will use that a lot of people who don't understand, they kind of don't hear it. That's a dog whistle. But if you are more in tune to extremist rhetoric, especially as a leftist who has to watch out for this kind of stuff, because there's a chance that somebody I know... Oh, a lot of ways. Have you ever heard of the bell curve? They legitimately feel like they have higher IQ, that they were built to be the subordinate, or not the subordinate, but the subjugating race, and that others are to be subjugated by them. A lot of times you'll hear things like, well, well, who built civilization? Western civilization. The bell curve was written to justify white supremacy. It was thoroughly debunked multiple times. Damn it, microphone. But that's the thing, the bell curve has been debunked a lot. And it was made to uphold white supremacy by talking about how black people are just genetically unable to reach the same IQs that white people are. That's a form of white supremacy. You believe that they are literally inferior by genetics. Now, they try and weasel out of it in the beginning, but they continuously are leaving out better studies and shit like that. No, not particularly. Like, I feel like I might have better mental function on average, but I don't feel superior to them. They're still a fucking human. Like somebody with Down syndrome, yeah, they have a harder life than I do. But I'm not superior. I'm just more privileged. And there is a difference. Do you happen to feel superior to people with Down syndrome? Do you feel like they're lesser people? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what your position here is. Let me just hold the mic because I'm just talking. But yeah, let's go ahead and just look at this. I know you wanted my definition, but this is my definition. I subscribe to this one because this is kind of the definition. This is how you identify it. Do you know the book 1984? I'm sure you do. People quote it a lot. They misquote it a lot. And they misattribute what it's about. Because 1984 is about National Socialism. It's a fake form of socialism. It's a form of fascism. That's good. You shouldn't judge people just based on their IQ. You shouldn't judge them based on any unalterable characteristic. Anything that they don't have direct control over, especially, people with Down syndrome. Black people for being black, gay people for being gay, trans people for being trans. Don't judge or hate them for it. Judge them based on what they do. That's kind of the general thing. Like, Jessica Yaniv is a woman. She's also a predator. So she's a piece of shit. But she's still a woman and still a human. So, we've got cult of tradition and rejection of modernism. Like I said, reject modernity, embrace tradition. That's a big fascist point. The cult of action for action's sake thinking is a form of emasculation. Easiest way to describe it is the Nike slogan, just do it. Just do it, bro. Disagreement is treason. I'm sure you saw something like that a lot with Trump. Oh, not just that. It's that they believe that they're superior, but intelligence is one way. It's a big way. That's the biggest way that they try and justify it. That or, quote-unquote, culture. You'll hear them talk about a number one stat that I hear all the time from white supremacists. Yeah, the bell curve was created to back that belief. White supremacists will use a lot of things. You'll hear things like 1350, or despite making only 13% of the population, black people account for 50% of the violent crime. There's only two arguments you can make there. One is environmental, and one is genetic. No, not all cultures are necessarily equal. I think all cultures have things that are valuable and things that are garbage within them. So I guess in a sense they're equal, but in different ways. I don't think that all of them are all good all the time, to be clear. I think there are good parts that you can take from some cultures, and some parts you can leave. And that's true of every culture. America, like, you can't look at America and say American culture, because we don't have a unified culture. My culture is different than somebody that lives in California, is different than somebody that lives in Florida, is different than somebody that lives in New York. We have different cultures for the different states, really. Because culture is kind of a geographic thing and a socioeconomic thing. Not magically. They have some parts that are good and some parts that are bad that you can pull from in a multicultural society to try and make a better culture for everyone. Culture changes. It just does. Constantly. Always has. The culture we have today, some aspects of some cultures do not blend well with some aspects of other cultures. Under no circumstance will I ever make the claim that there is an entire culture that clashes with an entire other culture. There are aspects of each that will clash with each other. And that's things you gotta sort out. So we've got the fear of difference. I already mentioned that one. Appeals to social frustration. Now this kind of goes with most political ideologies, because everyone's appealing to a social frustration in some regard to try and bring attention. But remember, it's not just one of these. You have to hit more than one. Well, you don't sacrifice the whole culture. You make concessions on some things you don't like. For example, Muslims have a pretty robust culture in different areas of the country, and they don't have Sharia law. They sacrificed a portion of their culture in some areas of the world. Sharia law isn't practiced everywhere, and it means different things in different places. But they sacrificed the American understanding and just the overall concept of Sharia law to live in America. We've still got halal shops. I deliver to multiple places that are Middle Eastern owned. And I live in the center of America. I live in the direct heartland, brother. I grew up with Fox News on my TV every morning, 4 a.m. Getting up with my dad. Getting ready. He gets to work. I get to go to school. So trust me, brother, I know about the Southern culture. The Midwestern culture, really. But I know about it. So yeah, a little bit of background. I did grow up conservative, like conservative as fuck, really. No, I'm not. I'm like 30. And yeah, I'm very left. I'm anarcho-communist, lighter on the anarchist, little heavier on the communist. Oh, so after we have the appeal to social frustration, we also have an obsession with the plot. Because all the time, you have to feel like there's something bad that's going to happen to you. You have to feel like there are people plotting against you at all times. For example, and this will tie in the exact same example. Might as well go with it. Where is it? The enemy is both strong and weak. The obsession with the plot, and pacifism is trafficking with the enemy. What happened? What do you mean what happened? Did something happen? Is the sound gone? Are we good? Yeah, is that... Okay, that is transmitting. Oh, okay to that. Okay, so here's what happens. One, I was exposed to more cultures when I got into high school. Because my elementary school for the first 4 years, I went to a mostly black elementary school. I actually learned a little bit there. That's kind of where things started to get knocked into me, in some cases a literal sense. But it wasn't really until high school, and really closer to my junior year. Pretty much everybody that I've ever talked to has come across a period in their life where they have a bisexual phase, or they question if they're gay. So I did some experimentation. But it wasn't until... I didn't do that until somebody had started talking to me about sexual identity, like sexual orientation. And I was hanging out with people who were bi and gay and pan. Oh, I got jumped a few times for being ignorant. That's what I mean by knocked into me in a literal sense. I got my ass beat for being an ignorant little shithead. Sometimes I won and still learned, and sometimes I lost and learned. But shit. Yeah, so whenever I was having discussions with people about their sexuality and stuff, because I was curious, they, yes, it was my fault. You have to understand the centuries of antagonisms that black people have felt at the hand of white people at a systematic scale. Now, I was never attacked by an adult, but the children grew up with a sense of, dislike. And I can't fully blame them, knowing what I know now. At the time, I learned not to do things in public, but it just kind of internally did mildly reinforce some of the things that I had previously believed. But I learned not to do them in public. I learned not to say certain things. Now, fast forward to when I'm talking about sexual identity and orientation with people, because I was curious and I was younger, a horny fucking teenager. It's just what it was. So I did an experiment, figured out, nope, I'm a straight dude. But having done the experience, I understood it is a word that I do not repeat, but it does begin with an N. That's all. But after having that experience and learning, well, it moves from the sex stuff. It's more about learning how to change my viewpoint is the big deal. Because it took talking to people who were in these situations. For example, I have two siblings that are both trans. And by talking to both of them, no, there was some of them that was, just schoolyard fights and stuff, but there was some instigatory stuff underlying. I only used the N-word once. But no, there was some other behaviors that I had to unlearn. It's been so long. Like, the N-word one, I remember, because not only did I get my ass whooped for it, I was in detention for 6 months having to write the dictionary. I really remember that one. But there were some other more subtle things that I haven't done since I got my ass beat for them that I don't even remember consciously what they were. I just remember subconsciously not to do certain things. So I couldn't even describe all of it. But yeah, there was a decent amount of just being a schoolyard boy back in the 90s. It happens. There was just some antagonisms between me and some of the other kids as it was. But some of the times that I got jumped, it was because there was something with a racial undertone that I had done. It was bad. Learning helps you accept what you did and realize that you can grow. You can learn to be a better person. So, excuse me. When it comes to here, it's actually all of these apply to Nazi Germany. And that's a good parallel to make. Fear of difference. They had fear for Jewish people. No. Don't feel bad for me. This is all childhood shit. It was all from a bunch of different people. You learn, you grow. Because it was my thing that I did. Like, I know it does kind of, but no, not like a battered wife. But like I said, it did, it reinforced some of the negative things that I had said in the back of in my mind, but I knew that I couldn't say them. And that's the point of bringing that up. Because I don't think the violence was a good way to go about it. It stopped me from doing it in person, but it didn't get rid of the underlying, sentiment and the underlying bias that I had. So while I can understand why they would do what they had done, which is beat the shit out of me, it doesn't excuse the fact that I had done some shitty stuff. I understand it, that I did shitty stuff. It doesn't excuse their assault on me either, because it didn't eliminate the bias. It reinforced some of the bias. getting into high school, I actually ran into a couple of the guys that I had gone to elementary school, and they weren't, like, they remembered me, and I remembered them, and they remembered that I was actually pretty good at fighting at the time, because, I mean, they saw me get into a lot of fights, so I was pretty decent, but it didn't matter against, you knock one guy out, and then the other people jump in at you. It was a fair fight at that point, up until you knock them out, and then the other people come in and jump on you, but they never did. They never did. They stayed pretty neutral. And so, when I ran into them in high school, I hadn't really been able to confront my bias and stuff, but I had to talk to them. One of them was in my class in first hour, and he remembered me. He saw me, and he's like, Daniel. And I'm like, yeah. And I saw him, and he's like, wait, were you second grade, third grade? He's like, yeah. And we kind of talked about stuff, and he let me know. He's like, I thought in general you were kind of a cool kid, but that you had some issues. And we talked about my underlying biases, which I vehemently tried to oppose and stuff, because, you're in fucking school, and you think you're above all that, and that you don't have biases, and that you're just the most impartial thing ever. No. But it did. It essentially what happens, what I'm trying to get to with this long, rambling story, is the best way to change your view is to get confronted with a good proponent for an opposing worldview. So, for example, if you're leaning fascist, if you're a heavy capitalist, talk to a dedicated Marxist. Somebody who's probably a little bit better at communication than I am. I mean, I do appreciate you turning in here. I know I do apologize again for snapping at you. It is a little late, and I was about ready to go and take a smoke break. Would you mind hanging around for like 3 to 5 minutes? I've got a song that could play if you wouldn't mind. Ooh. It's actually a lot more complicated than that. My dad, you have the fact that he was pretty masculine, not really stereotypical guy though, but he was a construction worker. He's a pot-smoking conservative, government out of my shit kind of guy. He wasn't really openly racist with friends. He more had occasional. Oh, okay. All right, I'll be right back then. Thank you. We are back. I don't know if you are, but I am. I can wait. We can, Oh, no. Things were a little bit complicated. In middle school, didn't have a whole lot of success with girls. I only had like 2 supposed girlfriends. Really? Kinda 3. A couple of them for like over the summer, but nothing really serious at all. We barely talked. As far as lower economic class, for the first almost 10 years of my life, not really. Oh no, I appreciate the attempted diagnosis. Let's you're actually not too bad at it, I'm not gonna lie. Scared of my dad? No, I wasn't scared of my dad. But no, for the first like 10 years of my life, we were actually pretty good. My dad was co-owner of a construction company until the owner died, and he had to go on disability for a really bad genetic disease. It's a little rare, but you know. Middle school, I didn't really hang out with a lot of like cool people. I did in high school though. Like I was pretty cool in high school. And as far as success with girls, I have some pretty decent success with some girls. Confidence, I do still kind of lack some confidence. I'm not gonna lie. You nailed that one. But I'm still not too bad with girls as it goes. I don't try right now because, you know, COVID. Not exactly a smart thing to go about. So I pulled out a few things. I've got my, this is a research document that I'm working on. If you want access to it, so you can read it and check over the, like, sources that I'm going over, because it's nowhere near done. Nowhere near. I have a lot to read, but it's got an introduction, and then I've got summary of the theories: Marxism, Leninism, Stalinism, Trotskyism, Maoism. Those are the main ones. But there's more I gotta add, because I gotta add anarchism, anarcho-communism, market socialism, stuff like that. And then I'm gonna do a thorough overview of all the different ones. But these are all the sources, and I've recently added some more. And I need to add in theory from Angela Davis, so it's gonna be expanding more and more, the more that I understand it. But if you want access to this, I could post it in the chat. No, I'm still not accepted fully on the left. Nowhere near. For one, the left can occasionally try and tear you apart for your past history. So you gotta watch out for that. There can be some pretty gatekeepy leftists. I am not one of those. For two, I'm a fan of a very controversial figure on the left. Let me close the 14 points, because I can open that up at any time. But that guy is Vosh. This guy is very controversial on the left and hated on the right. The r/poll is completely, about half of it is about hating on Vosh. Let me subscribe to Kanye. I follow Kanye on Twitter, and I'm subscribed to Thermia. And I don't know who White Nervosa is necessarily, but always help leftists. But no, I actually do believe fully in communism and the process of moving towards it. It's not just like a social group that accepts me, because really they don't. If you knew anybody that I knew as a person, like in my personal life, they would tell you right now, like one of my best friends is a gay guy, and his boyfriend. So they're a couple of my best friends, but one of them started off further left than me as a social democrat. I was in 2016. I was on the line about voting for Trump, just to say. Like, I didn't like what he said as a general thing. I didn't like Hillary. I fucking hated Hillary. I still hate Hillary. I thought some of his economic stuff might work, and I hadn't learned. I didn't know anything. The more I started looking into things, the more I realized that while Hillary, still a piece of shit, better than Trump. And the more I learned about why this kind of thing was happening, for example, in the Wikipedia for Marxism, there is a very potent thing to read. Marxian economics and its proponents view capitalism as economically unsustainable, and it is unstable and unsustainable. It has inherent contradictions that will bring it to its knees, and every 4 to 7 years, on average, it has a crash, whereas when it was created, it should, in theory, it only would have had a crash once every lifetime, so every like 70 years, and that has been shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. And incapable of improving the living standards of the population due to its need to compensate for falling rate of profit by cutting employees' wages and social benefits, which it does. Rather, it hasn't let ours grow since the 1960s-ish. And they've been trying to cut Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, TANF, WIC, food stamps, all of it, while pursuing military aggression. No, these are my views and my thoughts. I just believe in the idea. I have the heart to believe this. I believe in myself in a decent amount. I lack some confidence socially. But when it comes to these ideas, the proponents of Marxism, I do believe in them. I have faith in them, and I have faith in myself to be able to advocate for what I truly do believe in. It's not just that I have confidence in just the ideas. I have confidence in my ability to be able to, if not on a large scale, at least move some people over. I can at least try and make some good in the world. I can try. I've actually gained more confidence by starting my YouTube and by talking to different people, like at work and stuff, about this, that I've started kind of refining my rhetoric a little bit. I've gotten myself to a place where I'm more comfortable talking to people about these ideas, even when I could, in a sense, be in physical danger. You start saying leftist ideas too much where I live, there's a chance that you just get assaulted. I don't know, it can be hard sometimes. See, because here, let me just lay out why I think that Marxism is the best way to go. Because it's not that I'm having a little hard time articulating myself as well. Capitalism is inherently exploitative. I don't like being exploited. I don't like other people being exploited. I love people. People are wonderful. Quite often. There are aspects about people that I can dislike, but I can still love people as a whole, and I can love individuals. And so to try and make life better for them, I want to move the world in a better direction. And I think the theories with the lenses of analysis Oh, yeah, no, fascists definitely think the same thing about me, but I think their belief system is contradictory and idiosyncratic. And it's kind of a thing. Now, the thing is the things I do believe in are kind of facts. The dialectical materialism, like, because my beliefs are coming not just from, fear and emotion. Emotion is tied into them, but it's things like equality that I want for people, the pursuit of happiness that I want for people, freedom for people to do as they please. Again, the things that I believe come from people, like the theories I believe in, the ideas for ways to organize and the ways for society to be, for economics to be, come from people who have adequately and accurately made predictions several hundred years, 150 plus years in the future. Falling rate of profit by cutting employee wages, they compensate in that way. They cut social benefits and pursue military aggression to keep the population under constant fear. With a sense of needing to do something for national pride and to do it for the nation, like they did in World War II with the Victory Gardens. Like, ultimately, belief systems come down to your worldview, and if your worldview is mostly motivated by fear, dislike, a strong disgust reaction, then you're gonna have, like, negative outcomes. And when you believe in, like, equality and trying to make people live happier lives that are more dignified, then I think you have a good belief set. That's why I don't think that the only people who can work with me are the people who think exactly like me. I don't think that other anarcho-communists are the only people that I can try and work to make the world better with. I can do it with liberals. I can even do it on specific issues with some conservatives. It just depends on how and what. And those are my main issues. Oh, that's not what I wanted.
Right now, as you're listening to this, you are being robbed. A chunk of everything your hard work creates.
I think communism leads to more freedom. Yes. It's not perfect. It's not utopian. I don't think anything will be perfect, but I think it will be better. Now, I know when I say communism, if you live in America, or if you come from a country, you do live in America, but you came from a country that was previously affected by more authoritarian regimes, which I mentioned in my theory document here already, you know, right here. You get Maoism, which has an it's pretty authoritarian. Yeah, there's a delay from when I speak to when you hear, I'm sure. But I do believe that communism leads to more freedom, yes. There were Stalinism, authoritarianism, Maoism, authoritarianism. The problem is that while I put these under Marxist theories, I do not think that they were actually communist states, you know? Because a communist state is literally antithetical. It's an oxymoron. You can't have a communist state. As in, if you scroll down here to Marxism, the solution proposed is workers seizing and owning the means of production, withering away of the state, abolition of private property, which is different from personal property, abolition of money and class, and more egalitarian distributions of goods. So as you can see here, withering away of the state means there is no state. It's irrelevant, it's unnecessary, and so you just do away with it because it's not needed. This can only happen when the world is ready for it, when there's no more want for people to be imperialist expansionists. So, Marxism recognizes that there were transitions, and that there are transitions on the way to communism, and they are generally laid out here. You started out as nomads. You had nomadic societies, which were, in a sense, kind of proto-communist, but not really. Then you have feudalist, which is when you had the kings and queens and the lords and the serfs, and yeah. And then you have our current, which is capitalist, and there were modes in between. You had, you know, mercantile capitalism and stuff like that, and then there were some crushings by the feudalists, and then capitalism installed itself as it got its foothold and started expanding. And then Marx, being smart, recognized the contradictions inside of it, and recognized that eventually those contradictions would cause it to grind to a halt, and we would overthrow it. Social democracy is a way to lessen the impact of that, so that people are taking the poorer people, the lower classes, are taken care of. Socialism is the step from there, where the workers take the means of production. They own the place they work at. It's a worker co-op system. And from here, you can go into a few different ways. You've got anarcho-syndicalism, where there are syndicates that interact with each other to produce goods and services for communities. You can go with anarcho-communism, where from socialism you abolish the state, so you just get rid of it before it is unnecessary, because you feel that it's unjust and coercive. And then you live in a moneyless, classless, and I can't say it's non-hierarchical, because there's still a governance, but there's not a state. A state is a body that has a monopoly of violence. But a government, separate from that, is just the thing that kind of says, hey, this is generally what we agree on to do. Here's how we allocate different things. They're essentially an allocation system. Now, I can explain why I think that at least socialism, pre-communism, leads to more freedom. Okay, that's a little easier to see. Let me do that and minimize that. Okay. Nah, I can do that. Okay. So, socialism, workers on the means of production. You are then able to vote on wages, managers, what you do, and how you do it. What do you produce? How do you sell it? Where do you sell it? See, the thing is capitalists have a major advantage through over a century, well over a century, of propaganda. And they've refined it thanks to the 1950s and 60s with McCarthyism. Because of the ability, well, one, there was the Black Book of Communism, which is a completely debunked book, which states essentially, I'll summarize it for you, you've probably heard this one before, that communism killed 100 million people in 100 years, which it didn't. Some of the ways that this was disproven was, A, the authors came out and said they fudged the numbers to get to 100 million, and B, they attributed things like deaths by famine, deaths by civil war, deaths by world wars, deaths by drought, natural deaths, and deaths by disease into the mix. So if you honestly take those numbers, those parameters, and apply those to capitalism, capitalism kills 20 million people every year. Because it's not profitable to do these things. See, it doesn't quite work that way. Because, I mean, we do tend to work together somewhat harmoniously. There are differences in strategy, approach, and stuff like that. We agree on the basic idea of what is the end goal. It's the approach that a lot of people argue about. But as far as without hierarchy, you can't really get to that point yet. Like, you have to evolve the world to a point where that's a thing. That's an eventual goal. It's not something that is viable at this moment because, like I said, it has to be a global thing. Full-scale communism or anarchism, I do not think can currently exist in the way that people want it to, because we have other capitalist nations who would invade. We have, I mean, it's proof positive that the United States does this all the fucking time. They throw coups in countries who try leftist political and economic systems all the time. They do it to Venezuela, they do it to Cuba, they do it to Iran, they do it to Iraq, they do it to Libya. It's the US's pastime. They love it. They hear that a socialist is gaining the lead in an election, they immediately start suiting up. They start getting the ships fueled up, they get the fucking the CIA operatives onto them, and they're just waiting. They're giddy. They're jerking off in those fucking planes. So until we can get rid of the want to, fuck with other people in that regard, we can't have that kind of thing. Oh, and it's not that there's no hierarchy at all. It's that there's no unjust coercive hierarchy. So in a business structure, you would still have a manager. You would have a hiring manager, you would have a floor manager, you would have a logistics manager, you would still have those kinds of managers. And they would still get slightly more compensation than you would, but disparities wouldn't be the same. Because it wouldn't be full, like, everybody gets the exact same thing, equality of outcome thing. It's more an equality of opportunity, a balancing of things, to where there is no such way that somebody could acquire the levels of wealth or material resources that would allow them to be able to buy everyone, force them into subjugation underneath them. The way that society could be structured eventually would be that. The battle we have, as far as like time frames, is that fascism is a lot faster. That's where things get a little more complicated, is the issues of corruption. Now, there are ways that I can see to combat it, but I don't know how effective they necessarily would be. For example, there is the libertarian wing. Hopefully, if leftists do their job correctly, then no, there wouldn't be any corruption. Because we would have more libertarian left people, and they're like, no, we don't. For one, if we got rid of the government, in the eventual sense, then no, there wouldn't be any corruption. As far as, like, personal corruption, do you mean, like, people being bad and doing, like, rape? Because that would probably might still happen, because it is really hard to, like, get rid of the random urge that some people have, I guess. Their desire to just express that level of power over somebody. I don't know exactly what does it. Maybe we can get some psychologist work on it and we can refine the way that people view each other or something. I don't know. There's some work that could probably be done in the social sphere on that. I'm not a sociologist. But I do think that we could at least eliminate a large majority of any form of corruption by having people own the workplace, because it's democratic, your voice counts. There's ways that you can make that work. And like an economic sense, you'd be voting for your managers, you'd be voting to maintain wages. And I mean, this has been borne out in data. We have a few companies that actually do this, quite a few. Anytime you go to a farmer's market is a co-op. It is. They're a co-op. A lot of your craft beers, if you've ever had like Coop F5, Horny Toad, stuff like that, all of those are worker co-ops. Every single one of them. And there's a company called Mondragon in Spain. Spain's giant cooperative where times are hard but few go bust. This was written in 2013, and it was when Mondragon was having some financial stuff, like some problems, but they still bounced back, and they didn't have major layoffs. They're more resilient. And when people are more invested in their job because they are partial owners and they get to keep more of the product of their labor, then there's more innovation. I was actually listening to an economist, a PhD economist, this one right here, actually. His name is Richard Wolff. This isn't him, this is him. But he was talking about how he was talking to some people who worked in Silicon Valley at a big tech company. And they were getting stifled and not being able to do what they wanted to. So they decided to form a worker co-op together. They didn't know what it was. They just went, why don't we just together make a business, we all own it, and we all work together on the thing. Well, that's just it. Democracy means that whatever works for the majority of people, You do, and you try and make some concessions to make the minority group happy. Individuals get to generally do what they want. So here's the deal. Not every single last tiny little business or project would have to be a worker co-op. If it's like you as a sole proprietor type thing, and you reach out and you want to like subcontract or contract a thing to a person, you can do that as long as they're fairly compensated. They don't have to be joined into the democratic process and stuff. They just do what you ask them to do real quick. They get fairly compensated, and then they're let go of the project when they're done with that when they're done with that portion. So they get their recognition, they get their pay in whatever form it is. In the current system, if we just adopted the worker co-op model, then it would just be money. So for example, if I wanted to hire an editor for a singular project as a sole proprietor, because I have a YouTube channel, I don't make any money off this thing right now. I don't make money off my Patreon either. You're the only person who's ever actually really interacted in chat, so honestly, I really do feel like I need to apologize again for getting snippy with you earlier. I appreciate you joining. I really do. Thank you. But yeah, there wouldn't be necessarily that. So if you wanted to do like a sole proprietorship up to like 3 people, and you do that, and then you don't make like a bunch of money as a deal, but all of you can live decent, comfortable lives, then there's not necessarily a reason to force you into a co-op. But over a certain threshold, which we would have to discuss later, then worker co-op, you work there, you sign on, you agree that what the business agrees on as a democratic majority is what you go with. And if you have major issues with a thing, you can bring it up for a concession during the vote. And you can talk about concessions and stuff. You can write it in, you can figure it out. All of that is dependent on each individual co-op model, I think. And so some co-ops could work potentially better than others, but as a syndicalist kind of ideal, they will be working collectively in different syndicates. Kind of like the way a farmer's market does. Okay, is that actually gonna... Okay. I wanted to make sure that that was the end of the comment. Okay. What you can do is you can request a splitting... Well, it depends. There's multiple ways that this could go about. You can discuss it with the company. The 40% don't get what they like, and they're constantly getting shafted. You can ask for a severance package, and then ostensibly under like a market socialist system, you go to a bank and you can get very easily a business loan to start a new co-op with the other 40 people. And you can do a competing thing, or you can do your own individual thing. There's multiple ways, but that's the first one that comes to my head just right off the top without giving it much thought. You get severance pay, and then you go and you can start your own worker co-op that works in a different field, does something similar to try and be competition. You could do a mix of things. I mean, that's up to you guys. That's if you guys are constantly getting shorted and they're not taking into account any concessions for you. But for the most part, especially under the kind of system that we're in, or that we would want to be in by the time that that rolls around, I don't think people would have such major disagreements that they would need to separate from the company, and that people would be more willing to give in some concessions to people who have different belief sets, as long as they're not unreasonable. Of course. There's competition and struggle all throughout life. You're not going to get rid of it. Competition isn't communism isn't a utopia. Life is a struggle. This just makes the struggle less hard, in my opinion. Anyone who tells you that any political and economic system is a utopia and will make the world perfect and better, They're obviously trying to sell you something, or they're stupid. Then you get a basic subsistence living. Your life won't be grand. You won't get to go do all the things that you might imagine. But you're not going to starve. So you'll get to live, and you'll have a decent life. Because you get your basic needs met. Under a communist society, for sure. Well, that's a little different because money doesn't exist. At least in the way that Marx wrote about it. I think that it'd be a lot harder to get rid of money at this point. But we can get rid of class distinction. But as far as that goes, yeah, if we could maintain a UBI, you wouldn't have to pay for housing. You wouldn't have to pay for water. You wouldn't have to pay for medical. You wouldn't have to pay for baseline food. You would have to pay it if you wanted to go out. But if you went to the grocery store, you would get a certain level of food every month. Food ration kind of thing. You could, stagger it out however you needed. But you could do that, is play video games and smoke weed. You could turn that into your job. I mean, people do that right now under capitalism, but that could just be your thing. The reason people can do it under capitalism is because they get lucky. More people try and do it and fail. For example, let me show you a little channel secret. I do play video games on here. See, I got Minecraft. But before I got this computer... Oh, nobody will just want to do that. Not everybody will just want to do that, I should say. That's proven. Competition's a pretty driving force. So if you get better luxuries off of being able to go and do work, you're going to work. You're going to get compensated differently. But yeah, as you can see, I tried. I played a lot of Destiny and other games, and I streamed them off of my PlayStation. So it was a little bit easier and ran a little bit better for gaming on that regard, but yeah. Oh, but that's the thing. The state supports them. Now, the most common thing that people say is, or a really common line I've heard, is the problem with socialism is that eventually you run out of other people's money. You don't. You will never run out of, quote unquote, other people's money. Because here's the deal. Money only has value for one reason, and it's not commodity. It's not commodity consumption. Money only has value because the government will take it for taxes. That's it. That's the only reason. It just happens to be able to be used to buy commodities. No. That's not it. Well, I mean, if you're talking about like food and stuff, but by the time we get to the point where we could have like that level of society, a lot of jobs are going to be automated because of capitalism. Or because of innovations under socialism to make the worker's life easier. That's the fight for socialism, is to make the life of everybody, but mostly the working class, the people who, and not the American understanding of working class, but those who work as opposed to own. You sell your labor. Whenever you go to work, you are selling your labor. Now I think I have a decent understanding about how currency works. What I said about money only having value for taxes is true throughout all of history. The value of money is tied to a different thing. No, see, I don't want to advocate for full-scale communism on this because we're so far away from having it that that's a different matter altogether. I do think we could go towards a market socialist system within my lifetime. And market socialism keeps money. Now, what you have to understand from especially a Marxian point of view, but basically a baseline economic view, is that money has value. Not that its value is tied to, but money has value because it's what the government issues to be able to pay taxes with. Its value is derived after its issuance from its ability to purchase commodities. Is that a clear enough distinction? Do I have to try and figure out how I can make it a little less vague? Because I know that's probably not the best way I could word it. Okay. Let's look at the history of taxation in the U.S. But there's always been taxes in the U.S. See, and again, looking at the history of taxation doesn't change the fact that throughout all of human history, every currency was issued with the intent of it being able to go back to pay for taxes. It also pays for materials and stuff, but it has value. Like, if the U.S. government didn't accept the U.S. dollar for taxes, it would have zero value. It wouldn't be worth anything. Nobody would be able to use it. And you can't have individual states and stuff make their own currency, because they tried that, and the conversion rate was fucking ridiculously hard to come up with, and it was hard to print them all. There were other forms of taxation, brother. Taxes have existed in this country forever. Like, forever. I know. I know this. Trust me. I know. That doesn't mean that there were no taxes. It's a US dollar. A Federal Reserve note is a US dollar. Countries have changed their forms of currency and how they're allocated and how they're tied to real world objects and stuff since time immemorial. You know that the first currency was used to buy beer? Called a beer stipend. They used them in Egypt. Oh, look at that. Dollar bills, baby. They're still a dollar. They're just valuated different. They have a different system to valuate the dollar. The original US dollar that was a federal currency was tied to gold, and now it's not. There's still a dollar. That's why if you do stock or anything, they scrapped the gold standard and thus changed the valuation tactic of the US dollar. That's what happened. I know it's not the exact same US dollar that happened before they scrapped the gold standard, but it's still a dollar. When you go to the store and they tell you the total, they don't tell you that'll be, 32 US Federal Reserve notes. No, it's $32. It is still a dollar. I think you hang up really hard on really esoteric, strict forms of definitions that no longer matter. And I guarantee you would not hold a bank teller or a cashier or yourself to the same standard you're trying to hold me to at this moment with this. It's been called a dollar for over 140 years. It's been called a dollar. I mean, the Federal Reserve note has been called a dollar since the fucking 60s and shit. Since after JFK, after they got rid of the gold standard, the whole thing. It's been called a dollar since we started. I had to set the microphone down for a moment so I can take a drink. No, not really. It's really not important. Not at all. You understand that it's a dollar. I understand it's a dollar. The lady across the street will understand if I walk up and hold up a dollar bill that it's a dollar. I understand that it used to be tied to a different valuation than it is today, but they are still both a US dollar. As a matter of fact, when you still do conversions, a euro is still equal to one. What gives my dollar its value? Whatever the government decides, pretty much. They can control inflation. They can control costs. They can control how much a dollar is worth. It's hard to do, but they can. But it's basically tied to the market, to GDP, to the global GDP, and to about 3 or 4 other factors, from what I understand. And it gets a little complicated, because all values fluctuate. Inflation, deflation, market fluctuations. For a variety of reasons. There's a bunch of factors in why inflation exists. They can be controlled, though. But a lot of it is supply and demand. That's probably the biggest one you can point to, is the supply and demand curve. What?
That's a pretty nice rent price you got there. Hey, it would be a shame if anything happened to it. Nah, I'm not telling you what you got to do. You don't have to vote Biden, Trump. I'm just saying that who knows what could happen to your rent price if Biden gets elected. I don't know. Could double. I don't know. It's hard to say. I said, whoa, who knows, buddy? Oh, that daughter over there. It's those teeth look a little bit crooked. You think you need braces? Braces are pretty expensive. You might want to save up some money. Wouldn't want to use it on rent.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that shit does amuse me. Again, I do want to reiterate, I really appreciate you coming in and actually having a conversation. If it wasn't so late, I mean, as you can see, it's 2:42 a.m. I've been awake for 18 hours. The US dollar was obliterated when they got rid of the gold standard, and it was reinstituted. There's not some, like, law that was passed or some, like, stone tablet we uncovered that says that the US dollar is specifically a backed currency and it represents a hard commodity that it can be exchanged for, while a Federal Reserve note is a fiat currency. We didn't find that in some esoteric fucking tablet buried under the sand. The definition changed because we changed what it is. Because money is a symbol that we ascribe it to it. Like, the Federal Reserve note may be technically a Federal Reserve note, but what's its valuation? What does it get valued as? A US dollar. What is it colloquially called? A dollar. I know, Veritas. I know. You're not telling me anything I haven't already looked into. Just because it's a fiat currency doesn't mean it's not a US dollar. I promise you, it is still a US dollar. Go ask a bank teller. Go hold up a singular dollar bill and ask her if that's a dollar. They will say yes. Go ask the Treasury. They'll say, yeah. Like, it's a colloquial term. Inflation exists for several reasons. It's not just because they can print money without backing. It's also based on the supply and demand curve of multiple other things, like from other countries. There's quite a few reasons why inflation exists. I know why it changed, and I know the distinction. I don't care. That's irrelevant at this point. Going back to the gold standard wouldn't do us any good. So it's irrelevant. Like, I appreciate that you're trying there. I really do. But I don't think it's relevant. I really don't. I'm just going to call it a dollar, because that's what it equates to, and that's what it's colloquially referred to. And so, for example, damn, this went down another rabbit hole. We were talking about something completely different. No, the roots of many of my complaints with capitalism happened since the inception of capitalism. They're inherent to the system. So, no. That's just factually incorrect. My complaints are alienation, unequal treatment, exploitation of workers. Those are big ones for me. People not living dignified lives. But the main reason is because of the exploitation. Again, here. Just hang on a second and listen to this little video.
Creates is being stolen. Right now, as you're listening to this, you are being
90% of our national debt is owed to ourselves because it's unpaid for liabilities that will be funded very shortly when they actually pass omnibus spending packages. The rest of our debt is distributed out amongst multiple countries. The largest one is held by China.
Robbed. A chunk of everything your hard work creates is being stolen from you, and it's a system called capitalism that's robbing you. Every day when you check into work for your boss, you are being taken advantage of and
As for what it's at, I haven't looked at it in the most recent time, but I know it's in the trillions.
stolen from. You are being deprived of the full value of what you contribute. Let me break it down. A capitalist isn't someone in a top hat burning library books to run a misery factory. Anyone who puts forward capital, money, to set workers in motion becomes thereby a capitalist. That is to say, they're acting as a capitalist. And what's their goal? People will tell you it's innovation or competition, but down the real world, it's pretty simple. Capitalists have one goal, and that...
The Federal Reserve is part of the United States government. They have full control over it. Congress valuates money and taxes. Congress has full control over the currency. Congress could eliminate our debt with the stroke of a fucking pen. The government borrows from itself. What happens when you borrow from yourself? You don't really owe it. Yes. Yes, it is. The Federal Reserve is controlled by the Treasury. It's under regulation by Congress and the Treasury. That's why they have to report to Congress. Same thing with the IMF. Boom. Congress has the power to amend the Federal Reserve Act, thus messing with the Federal Reserve Bank. They control the Federal Reserve Bank. They control the money. It's in the Constitution, dude. I just did. They control it. Congress can do whatever the fuck they want with the Federal Reserve, my guy. As a matter of fact, I've gone over this with PhD economists, including Richard Wolff here. Congress controls the Federal Reserve. You're not smarter than economists. You're not smarter than the people who do this.
goal is to turn a profit.
No. You see this guy? He's been a professor of economics for 50 fucking years, dude. He knows better than you do what the fuck he's talking about. Like, you are actually wrong here. Legitimately. This isn't like a little pedant thing.
Pursuing profits to accumulate money is just how capitalism works.
Bro. Congress can amend the Federal Reserve Act whenever the fuck they feel like. That means they can amend the Federal Reserve in any way they want. Congress, constitutionally, has the power of the purse. They control the money. I think you're missing a lot of, like, information here.
That's the nature of the beast. It's the single impulse of capitalism.
They may not be able to audit the Federal Reserve, as it sits right now within the Act, but they can change the Act whenever they feel like, and they've done it quite a bit. As it said, Congress ultimately controls the Federal Reserve.
Capitalism. That doesn't make capitalists personally greedy, though some might be. We're not even talking about good or evil here. Capitalists need to maximize profit to the exclusion of all other considerations, or they'll get eaten up by capitalists who are smarter.
No, it said 1970, buddy. The Federal Reserve Act was written in 1970. 1970. 20th century, bud.
Or more ruthless than them. That's the jungle law of the market. So capitalists need profit to survive. But where does this profit come from? And that's where you come in. Literally, profit comes from you. Here's a little thought experiment.
They could. We haven't paid them yet. They can write off all of the debt if they wanted to. The reason they don't is to keep people like you scared and worrying about it. That's it. They could. Uh, 1913 Federal Reserve Act. Federal Reserve Board Abolition Act. They can wipe out the debt. Dude, you're trying to contradict multiple PhD economics. You're not smarter than them. You're just not. Well, duh, that too. Because they can keep people like you scared by using Congress, by making people like you think that Congress can't do the shit that they actually can. It's called laziness, and it's called manufactured consent. They want to keep you in a position where they still have power over you. That's what capitalism fucking does. But Congress controls the Federal Reserve. That doesn't change the fact. Congress controls the Federal Reserve. They can amend it. They can abolish it. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They created it. Yes, they pay the politicians. That's part of fucking capitalism, dude. That's part of why I have a problem with it. It's what I'm telling you. That's what I've been getting to this entire time. Congress controls the Federal Reserve, but if they can just siphon money out of the pockets of the people who are currently running it for them, because they don't want to have to put the effort into running it, then why would they bother changing it? They benefit heavily from it. Like, you haven't brought any new information to me? Like, I know? I never said it does. But it has a much larger share in it than anything else. Now, obviously, capitalism doesn't have a monopoly on corruption and control. It does have a monopoly of violence. The state does. And the state's controlled by the capitalists. Because the capitalists control the material conditions. Why, how, which part? Sorry. How does capitalism have a bigger hand in it? Because, like, yeah, they control the material conditions for all the shit. They have the money, they control the resources. If they control the resources, what do you do? Here, let me give you an analogy. A little bit of an analogy. You go on a cruise ship. The cruise ship crashes, and you and one other person survive. You wake up, you're on an island, alone with this other person. How do you enforce anything without violence? It's called social dissuasion. You ever heard of social ostracization? There's multiple ways that you can go about it without violence. Hell, look at Sweden. I mean, if you consider, like, arresting somebody and putting them in a rehabilitative service as violence, then I'm not entirely sure 100%, but I think there's ways that you could do it. Socially discouraged behaviors and stuff are the strongest way, in my opinion. But there's ways that other theorists, like, I don't know all the theory. That's why I have this. I have to go through all this. There's almost 50. Well, hopefully, the way that my society that I envision would be structured is that everybody fits in some way. I can't feasibly think of anyone that, because again, the society that we're currently hypothetically discussing is over 100 years out. We're a long ways away from it. Well, that's what I'm saying. If there's force involved, like a beating, shit like that, that's a different manner. But if you manage to, like what a social worker does, is talk to somebody and convince them to come with you for your own benefit and for the benefit of society, then you're taking them to a rehabilitative place without using force. There's ways to do it. But again, I mean, policing, in a sense, in like an anarchist society, you wouldn't have like a normal police force, but you would have like a community patrol thing, because there are people who will act out and stuff. But a majority of crime, like a vast majority of crime, comes through socioeconomic conditions. If that fails, then what? I mean, you're gonna have a form of policing in local community. But in general, you try and you can't, in my opinion, as far as I'm aware, with the current knowledge of theory that I have, which isn't all of it. Again, I'm only speaking from the knowledge I have. I'm not a 100% expert on all of this. Because, like I'm showing you here, no, that's not true. It's not true. Now, it may seem like it, because that's what's been very effective currently. But I do feel that when material conditions are better for the average person, people are more comfortable, they're less worried about their spot in life, they're accepted, crime will drop massively. Socioeconomics is a big factor in crime. If you're in a lower economic strata, then you are far more likely to be committing crimes that actually harm other people, like physically and shit. Meanwhile, a lot of the crimes that wealthy people commit harm society as a whole because they're like financial crimes and shit. And so it just removes resources that are available for people to take advantage of. Yet another reason that inflation can be a problem is because we have all these dumb fucking assholes hiding money off source. Now, pragmatically, there's a lot going on with my ideal society and the way society is now. You have to kind of work within the way society is now to be able to change the way society is functioning. And again, that's why I consider that we need 3 groups of leftists that do similar, or that work in the same goal, but don't do the exact same thing. Well, then you just don't get things. You don't get to interact with people. You get your baseline subsistence. You get your money to be able to, or your food, your house, your utilities, and you just don't get to interact with people. You'll be barred from, like, luxury stores and stuff. Possibly. You'll be shunned. You won't be left to die, but you will be shunned. And loneliness can be every bit as crippling as being beaten or thrown in jail with other people who will beat you. Humans are social creatures, for the most part. I mean, there are some really antisocial people, and they won't be affected that way. So what you do with certain people, different groups of people, is you have to treat them different ways. If somebody is antisocial and shunning them is perfectly fine for them, well, one, they'll probably not bother people and technically live by the quote-unquote rules. Then you guys can hang out and talk. Cool. You found some people. But see, here's the deal. What rules is the question? The rules in an anarchist society? Don't steal people's shit. And by steal people's shit, I mean, like, don't go in and steal all their other shit. Bro. I think you're completely missing the point. You're getting towards, like, what if people disagree and they want to pitch a revolution? They fucking won't. That's the point. People will be accepted, and living by the quote-unquote rules, don't rape people, don't kill people, don't steal shit from people. You're being taken care of as it is. You can work and add more to society. You can get more things that way. Well, you won't. That's just it. Unless the way that you come up with is... But that's just it. We won't need to. Because if the society that I'm envisioning, the way that I see it, works, there won't be a need to reform it too much, unless the way that you envision is actually more equal. Manages to move us further in the appropriate direction. People aren't going to backslide into fucking capitalism. That's not how it... No. Once people get to that point where their material conditions are met, they're not going to let one person start gathering up all their shit. Okay? Fine. It's not like everybody on the planet would be working in one big society. There'll be different societies. That's why they're called syndicates. If you manage to build a completely self-sufficient society and you don't go fucking with people, fine. As long as you're happy. As long as the people who live there are happy and treated equally. Nobody cares. And by treated equally, I mean you don't discriminate based on, like, race, gender, shit like that. Somebody's sexual identity, somebody's, gender identity. None of that. You just don't fuck with it. But if you can build a self-sufficient little society of your own, and you don't want help from other syndicates and shit, fine. Whatever. You'll be seen as a little weird. That's an issue, because then you're leaving people out to die. Even anarchists will have a military to be able to defend themselves and stop injustice. But we'd most likely just absorb your leftovers, and you'd be shamed. Wouldn't happen, buddy. Because everybody contributes in their own way. You're just thinking of pure capitalist, like, contribution. Art is a fucking contribution, my dude. Like, you realize that, right? You're literally trying to describe how you would backslide back into capitalism, but what you're failing to realize is that people would be happier and more invested in their shit under a communist or anarchist or even base socialist society than they would ever be. No, but you are leaving them to die. They came to be with you to be able to put into your society, and you find them not contributing enough, so you set them out where they don't have any baseline subsistence, and the way you're describing it is capitalistic, and so they wouldn't get any fucking help, and so they would either come to us and be absorbing, coming in to contribute in our way, so yeah, we would be trying to take care of them, but you would have left them to die. You wouldn't have cared what the fuck happened to them, because you, in that situation, are a selfish ass with no empathy. That's what communism does! When you work in a co-op, you own more of your labor. That's what this video I'm trying to show you is, dude. Capitalism exploits you. You don't keep your labor under capitalism. You sell it to the person who owns the business above you. He extracts the labor value, the value that your labor added. He keeps the excess and gives you a bare minimum. You don't get paid what you're worth, and you never fucking will under capitalism, dude. What I'm trying to get to you. And that's why I'm saying people will be happier under socialism, because you get to vote on things, you get to be more invested, and you keep more of the profits, more of the shit for yourself. No. You get the fruits of your labor. The state just takes care of people. No. The state takes care of them. You get the fruits of your labor. And see, here's how I can explain it. Because you are working not for somebody else who takes the value added from your work. You're keeping that. You put in the effort to generate the value. You get it, not the guy who hired you. You get more of it. Now, I mean, I may have been a little hyperbolic when I said that people could just sit around and play video games. There are some people who would get to do that. I mean, the more physically disabled people. Shit like that. State makes fruit, brother. That's what I've been trying to tell you. It literally just makes it. Like, you realize that people could work for the state, and by the state, in a market socialist system, yeah, that works. In an anarchist system, not really. So we're just going to stick with a market socialist framework for this, because everything I've said pretty much applies under a market socialist bit, except for the lack of, like prison and state enforced violence, because socialism still has a state. But yeah, no, you get to keep more of your shit, because the way that this works is, yeah, the state employs people to produce things. The state pays for things to be able to redistribute certain things. You get your money so that you get to have things. The fruits of your labor, now in general, that's going to be money in a marketized sense. You're going to create product, sell it, and get financial compensation. That's your fruit. Fruit is money, in the analogy. That's the fruits of your labor. Unless what you're talking about is being a farmer, and then you get to keep somewhere of your food, but you also get more money because you're producing something more valuable than a fucking football player does. Football is entertainment, but it's not worth that much, in my opinion. Like, what's way more important? Food, healthcare, water, shelter. You can live without football. You can't live without those things. Not decently, at least. Yeah, the state will get its products to be able to do what it needs to by bringing on workers. State jobs. Kind of what they do. The state's very efficient at it. They haven't been doing it here in America because the Republicans don't. They say that they're not efficient at it. And somehow, Republicans have managed to convince people that the government's really bad at doing things, and that's why they should be in charge of government, because the government's bad at doing things, and we're the best at being bad at doing things. It's a really weird thing. Because it's a benefit to them. You know they get paid more. They get more luxury. Because they are quote-unquote exceptional. Besides, there's not... What is this exceptional thing? Who's an exceptional person? Elon Musk? Why is he exceptional? Because he made a lot of money? By exploiting other people's labor? Thousands of other people's labors? Including children? Starting a war in another country to get their fucking lithium? No. That's not exceptional to me. That's exploitative. And it's brutal. Jeff Bezos, same thing. He exploited hundreds of thousands of people. Hundreds of thousands of them. Steve Jobs stole a lot of technology, exploited a lot of people, including third world children. Same thing for Bill Gates. Also, Bill Gates stole most of his technology from IBM. So he exploited somebody's intellectual property, and then exploited, to date, probably about 1 million people's worth of actual labor. There is no such thing as the exceptional person in that regard. Humans have been a collective work to maintain since we started. We have worked collectively, we raised children collectively. All of our great accomplishments are done collectively. All of them. No. Because you can direct the other 80 to make everything infinitely more productive. So no, you would not be better off. You would just be leaving 80 people to essentially die on their own if they don't have the direction. So you give them direction, you're more productive, and all of you can survive in a better state than if just the 20 of you did what you were going to do. So no, they wouldn't be better off. Under no circumstances are less people better off by leaving off a larger group of people. Under no fucking circumstance. Because the other people can be productive. They need motivation. They need to be pointed in the right direction. So, no, I reject that. Although it does give me a pretty good insight into your mind. You're looking because if you direct people, if you have... No, it makes 100% rational sense. If the other people are more intelligent, creative, have better skills, and they work harder than the other 80, you just direct the other 80 on what needs to be done because you're creative. All of you can pitch in. All of you can survive. It makes 100% rational sense. You add more manpower, labor to a thing, you can produce more goods. It makes 100% rational sense. But it does give me a really good insight into the way you think. You have a very survival of the fittest, almost a eugenicist view of things. And I'm not saying that to be an attack. It's just the only word I can think of right now to describe the actual, like a Darwinist kind of thing, but in my opinion, more sinister. You can have a surplus with the other 80 people. You can get things done faster with the other 80 people. You can build better housing with the other 80 people. You can build society with the other 80 people. You and your 19 homies are better off if you keep the other 80 around and have them help produce. You will work less. That you haven't found a logical shortcoming. I'm going to apply what you say to my beliefs. You tried to fucking psychoanalyze me earlier, dude. Don't get offended just because I'm doing it to you. Come on. Stay consistent. Yes. Yes, you fucking can. You can get more work done with the 100 people than you can with the 20. No, you don't. You direct them. That's what I'm... Oh my fucking god. You direct them. You tell them, hey, we need you to do this. You do this, 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 you do this. You did get offended. Don't lie to me. You're not understanding a very basic, logical, and moral principle here. Because what you're assuming here is that the other guys aren't doing anything. You know people are going to do things to try and make sure that they survive, especially if they're stranded in a fucking island, the way that you say they are. So no, I reject this notion that you leave the other 80 fucking people because you guys were, quote-unquote, work harder, were smarter, more creative, and had more skills, end quote. No, I reject this as a moral failing. Okay, sure. I reject this as a moral failing, that very suggestion, and I reject it as a logical failing. You reduce everyone's workload by working together with more people. You can produce more things this way. You get a surplus. You are not the only one fucking working. You and your 20 homies, or 19 other homies, are not the only ones fucking working. Everybody will pitch in to be able to survive in that exact situation. People will generally pitch in because sitting at home all day is fucking boring. Trust me. My current roommate is having trouble finding a job and is on unemployment. He has nothing to do but sit at home all day and play video games, and he is depressed. So no, people will get up and be motivated to do things. You will work if it gets you more luxury. So, no. No. My argument is that everything is accomplished easier and better with more fucking people. It's more moral, it's more humane, it's more logical. The workload is less, the supply is more. It's very, very simple. It's literally how we have survived all of human history, buddy. By not dropping each other off. By not letting the ones who were the strongest, smartest, most creative ones survive. The ones who were the quote-unquote smartest, strongest, most creative, led the others. They led them. You're not a leader in this regard. You would let those people just fucking die. And that disgusts me. That you would even suggest it and try and just say that it's the logical thing to do. No, that's disgusting. It's illogical and it's immoral, buddy. Like, I do appreciate you being here, but that just literally sent a shiver down my spine that somebody could think that way. And just try and attribute to, well, this is the logical thing to do. No, it's not. It's better for everyone. For everyone. Not just you. So I see the problem here is you're just being extraordinarily selfish. Okay, let's say this, because I'm just going to do this right here. Don't get offended. You have an IQ of 14. You get stranded with 60 people. You barely know how to fucking hold a shovel. Would you, as this bumbling moron with no brain, drool dripping down the front of your face, would you prefer it if they went, nah, fuck it, let him die? Or if they went, hey, dig. You're not commenting on human nature. You're commenting on your own immorality. No. Not for more material gain, necessarily. For more comfort. People will work slightly harder. People will work to make sure that they don't live a life that's shit. Life is struggle. People will work. You're looking at a very narrow definition of the word quote-unquote work. You're thinking capitalist production work. Work is a lot of things. You can work on yourself. You can help other people work on themselves. That's what a psychologist does. You can work in a lot of different fucking ways, buddy. Art takes work. So drawing in your house and putting up art for people to see, maybe having them pay you for it, is work. It's not capitalist production. Yeah. You couldn't sustain yourself, you would hope people would take care of you? Yeah. What about the people who are just in unfortunate circumstances? Where society has beaten them down to a point where they have a hard time doing it. The people who are physically disabled. Shit like that. You literally just contradicted what you were saying above. It's more logical and more humane for people to take care of each other. Whether or not they have an IQ of 14, it's more logical and humane for people to work together because that's how we fucking survived for over 100,000 years. You know what else doesn't create infrastructure? Letting a large portion of people who could create that infrastructure fucking die. You know what else can't create food? You know what else you can't eat? A machine. Can't fucking do it, buddy. You can't eat clothes either. No, it's logical. It's 100% logical. You produce more for the other people. Because, here. Let me just break down some math. You and your 20 guys pick 5 apples a day. That's 100, right? And you had 100 people out of your example. 20 of you were better skilled. This right here feeds you and all the other guys. An apple each. Oh, but what's this? They're less skilled than you. Oh my fucking god! That's 240 apples that the 80 people got. Plus your 100 equals 340 fucking apples. Divided by 100, that leaves 3 apples. Just over 3 apples per one of you, per time you pick them. As just a rudimentary example, it's more logical. It's more humane. You get more production. So if each of you eat, say, an apple a day, going through and picking that many apples gives you 3 days worth of food. As opposed to you guys getting your 1. Or even if you left them off, yeah, you may get 3 days worth of food. Actually, because of the 3.5. No, you're not. You're up more labor. You may be... Dude, no. You're feeding everyone, and thus you're getting more labor. You're getting more. Because you can get more produced later. Holy fucking shit, it's an exponential... I think you're very short-sighted. In the very short term, 1.6 apples off better without them. In the long term, you're 30 apples worse off. You need the other people. I think you're just super fucking selfish, dude. You are super selfish. You don't understand humanity and logic. It's more logical for you to have them. It's an exponential factor. Jesus fucking Christ. And you're a pedant. You're frustrating. You really are. Not because you're right, but because you're smug as shit. So no. Logically, logistically, morally, you're not better off. Oh yeah, like go die because you don't have the proper support? Yeah, good fucking job, buddy. You got 1.6 apples that you didn't get to eat because you fucking died because you didn't have the proper support, because you couldn't work fast enough to save yourself from the fucking winter. You didn't have enough people to be able to scare off the tigers or some shit that are on the lion that came through and picked you guys off because you were a small group. Yeah, good fucking job. You were up temporarily 1.6 apples, but then you ran out. You don't find holes. You think you found holes because this is your bias and your worldview conflicting with another one. You haven't found any holes. I've heard all of this shit before, and it's all bullshit. Like, I've heard Nazis argue this against other lefties. It's a selfish view. And you're saying it straight up. Or I can be. You proved my point. Me. Fuck those 80 people. Me. It's not logical, because exponentially, the 80 people are more of a boon to you than just cutting them off to let them die. Yes. Yes, I do. Because you keep mentioning it as it's your worldview. If it's not, I'm sorry. Because I can't fathom somebody who doesn't believe these things themselves trying to use this as, this is logically consistent and yours isn't. Because no, it's not logically consistent. What you say is not. It's not logically consistent. It's not logical at all. The logistics are wrong. And that's just leaving aside the moral issue. You're overall better off if you keep the 80 people. Yeah. Yeah, I am. For a different manner in this regard, because it's you and one other person. Kind of a different dynamic. But for your sanity, your mental health, your emotional health, yeah, you're better off working to save the handicapped person than you are to let him die. You ever seen Castaway? There's a reason you want to keep another person around. Being stranded by yourself? Now Castaway ends in a Hollywood manner, but being stranded by yourself is more of a death sentence. Insanity, buddy. Loneliness, insanity, suicidality, depression, more alienation. It's more things that capitalism cause that aren't the only way that they can be caused. You're better off with the other person. Always. Every time. Doesn't matter what scenario you put in front of me, you are always better off with at least one other individual. Always. Every time. I mean, if it says anything, if, for example, you and I got stranded on an island and you had your legs blown off and only had one arm, yeah, I'd be taking care of you. Against abortion? No. Fetuses aren't people. Fetuses are a clump of cells that haven't had any actual experiences. They don't have the capacity to actually learn. Up until about middle of the second trimester, all the way up and through the birthing process, they're pretty much just a parasite on the body. So no, not against abortion. I don't know. When do they become people? Around the time they're born. It's kind of a philosophical question, but that's just the easiest, cleanest, quick cut off to me. I'm uncomfortable with abortion at third trimester, but I understand them in cases of like emergency or whatever. But I'm not gonna tell somebody no. Now, once they're born, yeah, it's provable that they can start learning when they're born, and well, they're no longer a drain on the mother, as far as like being stuck to her body and being 100% reliant on her body alone. Because at that point, father can take care of them, adoption can take care of them, if need be, foster care, which is not a system I really recommend, but it is a thing that could take care of them. So there are other options than relying solely on the body that it's growing inside of. One of the easiest ones. Abortion's super easy. Like, I find it to be a pretty cut and dry thing. Personally, I'm comfortable at the third trimester, but understand that things happen. No. Here's the deal. I know you're gonna try and logic out. Here's the word. No. Person. I just told you, a fetus isn't a person, buddy. You're not gonna try and be some, logical inconsistency. No. Fetuses aren't fucking people. They're clumps of cells. They're parasites inside of a body. They can be aborted. Outside of the body, where there's other options for it to be taken care of, it's a life. It's a person. Take care of it. Because it's more beneficial for humanity in the long run. So, yeah, no. Completely logical. Logically consistent. Morally axiomatically grounded. It will be, but it is not. Until the time it's a person? No, it's perfectly fine. Get rid of it if you feel like you need to. It's none of my business. It's your body that's affected by it. I feel like you're just trying to do some gotchas at this point. Trying to find some logical inconsistency. And it's not going to happen. It is also extraordinarily late. It is 3:35 in the morning. I am very tired at this point. I am getting a little bit cranky. I'm sorry if I'm snapping a little bit at you. It is pretty late. I'm sorry. But it is a little frustrating. I'm sure you understand. Some people are just trying gotchas and not understanding your overall point. But hey, truly, I do appreciate you being here. I really do. I'm about to log on off in the stream. I finally got my sound transmitted right, and I've been doing this for 5 hours. I'll be up at tomorrow. I'll be up in the morning ish. I say in the morning, probably like 11:30 noonish, hopefully, and then I can get back on. If you want to, I can send you a link to a Discord server or something. Hit me up on Twitter if you feel like, and we can chat there a little bit, and I can send you a Discord link for my stream server. So you're looking for this one right here. As a matter of fact. Oh, I didn't say you were a fascist. Besides, we can discuss it. We can talk about it for real. There you go. If you feel like, hit me up on Twitter. We can discuss this on Discord live. So we don't have the major delay here, hopefully. But yeah, no, I personally don't think you're a fascist. I think, based off of some of the things you were saying, you come across fairly selfish. If you're describing yourself as a fascist, well, then, I mean, we can discuss that still. But, right on. Hey, you take care. I love you, buddy. Thanks for tuning in. If you feel like it, go ahead and subscribe, like, leave some comments, talk shit on me in the comments or whatever. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Take care. You get yourself some sleep if you need to. You have a good night, bro.